V like Victor, A-C-H-Y.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Detective, you can pull that mic up real quick. You can move it real close so we can hear. Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm employed by the Chicago Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a homicide detective.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Since 1998,
And
24 years.
Sorry. And how long have you been a detective?
4 years.
Has that always been on the homicide unit?
Yes.
Do you have any special training or education that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
I've received training for the detective unit. I've received police academy training through the department. I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021 in the very early morning hours. Were you on duty or on call that day?
I was on call that night, yes.
Okay. And what does it mean to be on call for those of us who may not know?
So I work days homicide, which is normally 7 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon. But at certain times of the month, we're on call. So if a homicide happens, we respond directly to the scene from our house.
So on October 21st of 2021, did you receive a call about a homicide?
I did.
Do you remember approximately what time it was?
Yeah, it was shortly after 1:30 in the morning.
And where had this homicide occurred?
Well, there were actually 2 homicides in the area of Fullerton and Pulaski, and one at Fullerton and Keystone.
And I want to focus on the second one. There was a vehicle involved in that one as well, correct?
That's correct.
Based on your investigation, just again, very briefly, what happened at that second homicide scene?
There was an individual seated in his vehicle behind a local bar named the Levy. He was warming up his car, and an individual approached him. There was an exchange of words. The individual shot the driver of that vehicle and then took that person's vehicle, fled southbound from that area.
Were you able to identify or see what that vehicle was?
Yes, it was a 2016 Buick SUV, and it was registered to a Miguel Padilla.
Was Miguel Padilla found at the scene of the, we'll say, the carjacking?
He was initially at the scene. He was transported to a local hospital, but he had passed. He had died.
He died at the hospital?
He died at the hospital, yes.
As part of your investigation, did you kind of brainstorm ways to try and locate this vehicle?
I did.
And what did you and your fellow detectives come up with?
We determined that there was a possibility that this vehicle was equipped with OnStar, so I made a phone call to OnStar to see if they did have any capabilities of locating it.
And was OnStar able to assist?
They were.
So you called OnStar, correct?
I called OnStar, and then they called our police area, the police detective area, back with information, and that's when my partner answered.
And who was your partner that day?
Detective Tom Beebe.
So Detective Beebe spoke to OnStar, correct?
That's correct.
And then eventually that vehicle was tracked to another location, correct?
That's also correct, yes.
Where was it tracked to?
To the location of 20,000 75th Street or so, and I believe it was Bristol, Wisconsin.
What did you do with that information, you or your partner?
He provided that information to Kenosha County Sheriffs.
And by he, you mean your partner, Detective Beebe?
Detective Beebe did, yes.
After providing that information, sometime after providing that information, were you informed of an officer-involved shooting in Kenosha?
Yeah, I took that call.
Okay, tell me about that call.
I got a call, and they said that they'd found our vehicle, and there was a law enforcement-involved shooting, and then we proceeded to that scene.
So you actually drove from Chicago up to our neck of the woods?
We did.
Who did you drive with?
Detective Beebe and my sergeant, Sergeant Joel Keller.
And did you go to the location of the shooting?
We did.
And what did you do at that location?
Provided any information that was asked of us to law enforcement there, explained the situation in more detail to law enforcement there. We also waited to get any evidence that we could at the scene to determine we still had 2 murders that we had to work on back in Chicago.
So you also collected information in your investigation as well, correct?
Yes.
While on scene at the gas station, did you observe the vehicle that was taken from Mr. Padilla?
I did.
And were you able to confirm that was the same vehicle involved in the homicide in your case?
Visually, I didn't inspect the VIN at the time because there was a crime scene and I was respecting that, but visually it appeared to be the same vehicle, and OnStar had taken us there as well. So
And how about the license plates? Did they match?
the license plates did match, yes.
All right, thank you, Detective. That's all the questions I have.
Andy Cross?
No, thank you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. All right, our next witness.
Number 6, Detective Thomas Beebe.
If you could remain standing when you come up here, Detective, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
My name is
Go ahead.
Detective Thomas Beebe, spelled Boy Edward Edward Boy Edward. And my star number is 20600.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with Chicago Police Department.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
24 years this year,
And how long have you been a detective?
since 2017.
Is that always with the homicide unit?
Yeah, since 2017.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
I've been through the academies and many different specialized trainings.
Specifically related to your role as a homicide detective?
Yeah, lead homicide investigator training.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021. Were you on duty that day?
I was.
And generally, as a homicide detective, what shift do you work?
I work days.
Were you on call that night?
No, so I work days, and there's an on-call shift, which is midnights from the prior night. My partner, Detective Bocci, was on call the prior night. I had come in the morning.
So when you came in that morning, and I assume you touched base with your partner, Detective Vachi?
Yeah,
And did he inform you of a call he went to that evening?
yes.
And just generally, what information did you have from Detective Vachi?
That there was 2 homicides that had come in the prior night. It was 2 single homicides or likely a double they were connected.
And were you made aware that a vehicle was taken during the second one?
Yes,
At some point, do you or another detective in your bureau decide to contact OnStar?
I did.
You did? Okay,
Yes.
tell us about that.
So the second victim of the second homicide victim, Miguel Padilla, had a Buick that was equipped with OnStar, and I called OnStar and gave the specifics of the vehicle's VIN number and registration, and got them to locate it.
Where were they able to locate the vehicle?
Yes,
And where did they locate the vehicle?
it was at a gas station in Bristol, Wisconsin.
What did you do with that information?
I called Kenosha County Sheriff's to see if the vehicle was still, if they could arrange for a sheriff to drive by and see if the vehicle was still there.
And what information did you provide to the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department?
The make, model, and description of the vehicle, and then like a brief synopsis of what we were, the homicides that were connected to it.
After providing that information, at some point did you receive information about a shooting in Kenosha?
Yeah, from my partner.
From your partner?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with that information?
We decided to respond to the scene because the vehicle had been located at the location OnStar said it was, and was part of our homicide investigation.
So then you and your partner then drove up to Kenosha, correct?
Yeah, my partner, Detective Acci, and my detective sergeant, Sergeant Keller.
And what did you do while on scene there?
Introduced ourselves to the on-scene commander, who explained to us that Racine County was going to be doing the investigation because there was an officer involved shooting with a person in custody.
Anything else you did on scene there?
Spoke with investigators from Racine County, gave them the information that we had at the moment of the homicides.
The vehicle that was taken in the second homicide in your jurisdiction, did you locate it in Kenosha at the scene of the shooting?
Yes. I saw it as part of the crime scene. I'm sorry.
Okay. And you were able to confirm that that was the same vehicle?
Yes, that was Miguel Padilla's stolen Buick.
Can't get the dispatcher audio to work. Can't get the dispatcher. That's all the questions I have. Thank
Any
you.
cross by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a good day. All right, our next witness.
Number 23, Investigator Stephen Storm.
Thank you. If you could just remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear in. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a seat. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Stephen Storm, Steven, Storm, Storm.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
With the Racine County Sheriff's Office,
In what capacity?
criminal investigator,
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
just over 5 years.
Do you have any education or training that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes, we went through the academy, 720 hours to become a Wisconsin certified law enforcement officer.
How about an investigator? Any special training to qualify you as an investigator?
Yes, we receive additional on-the-job training once we get promoted into the investigation bureau.
Being an investigator is different than being a patrol officer, correct?
Correct.
What is it to be an investigator with the Racine County Sheriff's Office?
It's a multitude of things, ranging from conducting interviews, doing basic investigations. It could be from financial crimes to a variety of crimes that come across our desk, and we have to be able to investigate all those to its ultimate conclusion.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021. Were you working as an investigator with the Racine County Sheriff's Office that day?
I was.
And on that date, were you advised of an officer-involved shooting in Kenosha County?
Yes.
How were you made aware of this shooting?
I believe I received a phone call from my sergeant sheriff at the time.
And what did Sergeant Sheriff tell you about the shooting?
I was advised that there was a officer-involved shooting in Kenosha County. and that members of the Investigation Bureau for Racine County would be assisting in this investigation.
And that would include yourself, correct?
Correct.
So what did you do upon receiving that information?
I responded to our patrol station, and I was briefed that my initial tasks were to provide drone photography from the air, pictures and videos.
So the Racine County Sheriff's Office has a drone,
We have several.
and you are one of its pilots, is that the right word?
That's correct.
Okay. What type of training do you have that qualifies you to pilot this drone?
It started off with roughly 32 hours of in-class training. And then after that, we go to the FAA and have a proctored exam, and we're actually licensed through the FAA. And since then, we have trainings every 3 months, and sometimes even more than that.
So you grabbed the drone and made your way to the location of the officer-involved shooting?
Correct.
And where was that location?
It was on Highway 50, near a gas station, kind of near the intersection of 50 and 45.
And when you arrived there, what did you do?
I prepared the drone for flight, so that means I have to check the airspace, check the weather, make sure the drone's ready for flight, and I started taking pictures of the scene.
And when you're taking pictures, what are you trying to get or cover when you're taking pictures?
So a couple different aspects. I try to get different angles, different altitudes. I'm trying to capture the scene in its entirety from the air. Again, several different views of trying to so that everything can be captured in a picture or a video.
I want to draw your attention to your right, which is State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
Who took that photograph?
I did.
And how did you take that photograph?
With the drone.
Now, when you were taking these drone photographs, this was how long after the shooting itself?
It was within a few hours, I believe. I don't have an exact time frame.
But officers from the Kenosha Sheriff's Department, they were off scene by that point, correct?
Correct.
As was the suspect and the canine, correct?
Correct.
After taking photographs with the drone, what was your next task?
I was then tasked to respond to a vet clinic that's off of Highway 50 to take pictures of the squad car that contained canine rigs.
Of the squad vehicle itself?
Correct.
Okay. And what was your next task after that?
Then I was supposed to respond down to Buffalo Grove, Illinois, where canine rigs was currently being treated for his injuries.
So you went down to Buffalo Grove, Illinois?
That's correct.
And who did you make contact with there?
I made contact with the staff at the veterinary clinic there, and they guided me into where canine rigs was being taken care of in the back, and they briefed me on his situation.
After being briefed on his situation, did you then take photographs of canine rigs?
I did.
And what was the purpose of taking photographs of canine rigs?
To document the injuries that he sustained.
If I showed you those photographs, would you recognize them?
Absolutely.
Investigator, I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 13.
Okay.
Please page through those. Let me know if you recognize them.
I recognize those pictures.
And what are these pictures of?
These are pictures of canine rigs and the injuries that he sustained, particularly to the top of the head.
And are they true and accurate representations of what you observed of the injuries of canine rigs that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move Exhibit 13 into evidence with permission to publish to the jury on the screen.
Has the defense had a chance to look at Exhibit 13?
We have, yes.
All right, so we will be allowed to be published to the jury. It's been identified by the witness.
All right, on the screen, investigator, should be the first picture in front of you. What is this a picture of?
This is just a general overview of Canine Riggs in his current state, being cared for by the veterinary staff.
And then the next photograph?
Same.
And what is this third photograph?
This is a close-up and what was described to me by veterinary staff of a entrance wound by a projectile.
It appears that some of the fur has been shaved around it so you can see it. Is that accurate?
Correct. They had to shave away the area to properly treat the injury there.
And the next photograph?
Same view with that.
And the next photograph?
Same.
Was Riggs moving around while you were taking these pictures?
He appeared to be in somewhat discomfort, so trying to get him to stay still for pictures was a challenge.
And what is this a next photograph of?
Again, that's to the front of the head still.
It looks like this would be, that's the ear, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the back of the skull. I'm sorry.
Okay, so this would be the exit wound, correct? Okay. And again, some of the fur is shaved away from the exit wound?
Yes.
This next picture?
Same thing. Back of the skull.
And again, this next picture?
Yep. A little closer up picture. And closer.
Another, next picture, another closer one, and then
Yep.
the next picture, another closer one?
Correct.
Okay. And this appears to be a measurement of the exit wound. Would that be fair?
Yes.
How many inches would you say that is?
About 1.5 inches, 2 inches approximately.
The next picture is just a close-up of that, correct?
Yes.
And this appears to be measurement of the entrance wound. Would that be fair?
Yes.
How many inches would you say that is?
Approximately 2 inches.
The next picture is just different angle of the same, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that's the last picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. An investigator, that would have been, did you have any other follow-up that you did in this case?
Later on, through Canine Riggs' recovery, I was received documentation from the vet clinic, and that information was uploaded to the case file.
So you were kind of the liaison between the veterinary clinic and your office?
That's correct.
And how often did you receive these updates? Every day or just all at the end?
Early on, it was every shift I was receiving updates from the vet hospital. And as time progressed and he was ultimately released, obviously that stopped.
Right. All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Across from the defense.
No questions, thank you.
You're excused, thank you.
Your Honor, I'd move Exhibit 13 into evidence.
13 will be received.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
All right, the next witness.
State calls Investigator Luke Johnson, number 14.
Thank you. All right, if you could remain standing, raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, Nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Come, get as close as you can to the microphone, spell your first and last name for the reporter.
My first name is Luke, L-U-K-E. My last name is Johnson, J-O-H-N-S-O-N.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the Racine County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
8.5 years.
How long have you been an investigator?
4.5 years.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
I completed the Law Enforcement Academy at Gateway Technical College here in Kenosha, and then continuing education throughout my career.
Did you have to engage in extra training in order to become an investigator?
Not initially, but as we go, we get specified training for certain roles.
And what does it mean to be an investigator with your county's organization?
It's the same role as a detective following up on crimes beyond just taking the initial report.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021. Were you on duty as an investigator with the Racine County Sheriff's Office that day?
I was.
And on that date, did you receive information about an officer-involved shooting in Kenosha County?
I did.
How did you receive that information?
I was notified by my lieutenant,
And who was that?
Brian Van Sock.
What information did you receive?
He informed us that there was an officer-involved shooting in Kenosha, and we would be the lead agency.
And I'm sorry, Investigator Johnson, can you pull your mic up a
Yep,
little
sorry.
bit? That's okay. Did you then respond to the scene?
I did.
And upon arriving at the scene, what was your role?
I worked with Deputy Dale as far as responding in our evidence van to assist in collecting or processing any evidence that was at the scene.
And who's Deputy Dale?
Deputy Bill Dale, he's our evidence custodian.
The guy who keeps track of all your evidence, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you responded with him in the evidence van, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do when you arrived on scene?
We were briefed on the incident as it happened, and we were shown the scene while other investigators did a scene walkthrough.
I want to draw your attention to Exhibit 1, which is to your right. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's the gas station. I believe it's near the intersection of 45 and Highway 50 in Kenosha. I don't
Is
know its
that,
proper name.
that's okay. You're not from Kenosha County, we get it.
No,
Is that the scene of the officer-involved shooting that you were involved in investigating?
it is.
So you said you did a walkthrough of that scene, correct?
Yes, but not inside of the taped area.
So just like around it?
Yeah, we're kind of up to the building underneath the gas pumps because of the area that was taped off. I think you can see it a little better.
And after receiving a walkthrough, what was your assignment?
Then, after we were briefed on what had happened, I went to the Kenosha County building to assist in the follow-up to the officer-involved shooting portion of the incident.
And what did you do at the Kenosha County Center?
Photograph the officers involved in their equipment and conduct a round count.
Did that include Deputies Coultrip, Tifft, Avila, and Wyand?
It did.
Why is it important to photograph them and do a round count?
It shows that they were in their uniform, any equipment that they had with them, and then the round count helps to establish how many rounds may have been fired.
After doing the round count and photographing those 4 officers, what did you do next?
We collected the equipment and including their weapons. That was all collected. We returned back to the scene where our evidence van was, packaged that up, and then that's where I remained until we were done. We remained there until we assisted DCI with searching for the last casing that was missing.
Who's DCI for the jury?
Oh, sorry, Department of Criminal Investigations for the state of Wisconsin.
Okay. They were also on scene, correct?
They were.
Their crime scene response team was there?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were they there?
To assist in processing the scene because it was an officer-involved shooting.
And you said there was a missing caliber or cartridge?
Yeah, there was a casing that they were still looking for.
And what type of casing was that, if you recall?
I don't recall the exact caliber, but it was a casing that would have been discharged from the suspect's firearm.
And you assisted in searching for that?
I did.
Did you personally ever locate that?
I did not.
You indicated that evidence was collected on scene, correct?
Yes.
Who collected that evidence?
There was a large amount that was collected by DCI, which was notated in the property report of which items were collected by DCI. They sealed it and gave it their own evidence item numbers, which was then turned over to us, which then generated a secondary evidence item number as it was put into our own property report. And then I believe there were maybe a handful of items that were collected by our personnel.
So just to kind of summarize, the crime scene response team from DCI did most of the collection and then just handed it over to you, correct?
Yes.
And would that include the suspect firearm and all the cartridges located on scene?
Yes.
The next follow-up you did was on October 22nd, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do on that date?
We returned back to the scene to continue searching for that casing that had not been located.
Did you locate it?
We did not.
And what areas were you searching for this casing?
We were off in the kind of shore gore area, be right up where I believe that's State Trooper Squad is, right here. This was the primary area of the search when we were looking for the casing the night prior. And then when we came back, we searched this area and came down a little bit further just in case to cover our bases.
So fair to say this casing you couldn't locate was somewhere in the grassy area?
Yes,
In your experience, does that make it more difficult to locate casings?
it does.
And why is that?
Particularly handgun casings are very short and small. They're easy to get pressed into the ground in the tall grass that isn't very properly or normally maintained on a regular basis, and they're not always as shiny as you might think that they appear. It makes it very difficult to locate.
So after 2 days of searching, you guys still weren't able to locate it, is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Also on October 22nd, you assisted in processing the suspect vehicle, correct?
I did.
How did you assist in that?
I started with photographs of the vehicle, but I only captured exterior photos of the vehicle before I had to be reassigned to another duty.
Who took over photographing the vehicle from you?
I left the camera then with Investigator Conley and Sergeant Sheriff.
Your next involvement occurred on October 23rd of 2021, correct?
Yes.
What did you do on that day?
I collected canine rigs leash.
How were you notified about this leash?
I believe Lieutenant Van Sock told us that it was ready to be collected from Kenosha.
And for the court reporter, Van Sock, VANSCYOC, correct?
Yes.
So you were informed that the canine Riggs' leash needed to be collected and documented, correct?
Yes,
Did you collect that leash?
I did.
And how did you document it?
In which regard?
Did you photograph it?
Yes, it was collected. It was already bagged up. It was brought back to the patrol station. I photographed it with scale because there was I guess you could call it a defect on the leash that appeared as though it could have been caused due to a bullet strike just based on its shape. That's not my place to determine, and then it was resealed and packaged up.
If I were to show you the photographs of Riggs' leash, would you recognize it?
Yes.
What number is that?
14.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
What are those photographs of?
The leash that was collected with the defect.
And do these photographs appear to be a true and accurate representation of what you observed on October 23rd of 2021?
They are.
Your Honor, I'd move Exhibit 14 into evidence with permission to publish to the jury.
Defense have a chance to look at Exhibit 14?
We did.
All right, and the exhibit has been identified by the witness. We will receive them, and it can be published to the jury.
Investigator, they're going to show up on that screen. So let's walk through these photographs. What's this first photograph of?
That would be an overall picture of the leash.
And this was described to you as a long leash, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And then what is this next photograph of?
That's the handle end,
And the next photograph?
more the middle.
The next photograph?
Again.
Would it be fair to say those series is just kind of documenting the overall leash?
Yeah, for our training as investigators or evidence technicians for photography, we start with overall pictures and then narrow into certain points. So it's generally how they all go.
And then this next photograph?
The end with the clip.
All right, now it looks like we're getting a little more narrow, correct?
Yes.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is the defect that was present in the leash.
And the next photograph?
Again,
Close-up of that defect?
yeah, it'll scale in.
And the next photograph is just again closer.
Yep.
And the next photograph again closer.
Correct.
And the next photograph just another angle.
Yeah, multiple angles without scaling to kind of give it an image.
And again, you indicated that this appeared to be, could have been caused by a bullet given the round nature of the defect.
That's how it appeared to me, but I can't say for certain.
You weren't there, right?
Correct.
And what is this a photograph of?
The defect then with scaling to give it distance, how long it is across, and then its kind of dimensions.
How long would you say it is across?
It's hard to tell from this angle. That's the first scaled picture.
Yes.
Approximately 5 centimeters, or 5 millimeters.
And the next photograph's just another scale, correct?
It is.
Next photograph, another scale.
Yes.
Why are you using two different scales?
Well, the first one was a L scale, so it captured it both directions, and then the other one is in inches. Some calibers are measured like a 9 millimeter versus like 38 or 25 caliber is not in metric. So
this is then in inches. How many inches would you say it is?
25 quarter, 0.25.
And that's the last photograph, correct?
Yes, I believe so. It was, yeah.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, investigator.
Any cross from the defense?
Just briefly.
Go ahead.
Investigator, were you aware if the leash had the defect before or after before the officer involved shooting?
I was not.
Okay, so there's really no way to determine how that defect got on the leash?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Anything on those questions?
No.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Your Honor, at this point, my next witness is not available till 10 a.m. We went a little faster than I anticipated.
Nothing wrong with being ahead. So I guess you get a break, folks. Go in the back, relax for a while. Please don't talk about the case. Thank you. All right, the jury is outside of the courtroom. Do you have any exhibits on your area? Can you give them to the clerk?
Yep.
And then just some housekeeping matters. How many more witnesses do you have that you're going to call?
7.
7? All right. Are they all going to be available today?
6 of them are. Lieutenant Kellen Sheriff was not available today. He will be first thing tomorrow morning, and that'll be my last witness.
And if you could start working on the jury instructions. And then has the defense had a chance to discuss the issue of testifying with your client?
We have. I think we'll probably need to have that conversation again.
All right.
but-
I just want to make sure that you have enough time to do that.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break.
thanks.
I should say 35-minute break. Why did I say 10 minutes? It's just automatic.
Right.
And what number is the witness?
Oh, yeah, we have a couple minutes. 14.
14, thank you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 13. I got two Johnsons.
I should have jumped the gun.
So their last witness.
And Judge, my witness for tomorrow, I got him to come in today, so I think I'm going to rest today.
Thank you.
Would we then do closings today or tomorrow?
We'll see how things go.
I haven't worked on the instructions, so
All right.
probably hope tomorrow.
All right, it's not working, and I've got to go. I'll call
I know, I don't think you hung up. No, we're still waiting. We got getting gloves for the gun. Next witness is 13, Chris Johnson. Actually, Judge, while we're waiting, can we go on the record outside the presence of the jury,
We could do that.
since we're all here?
You want to do that now?
Sure.
All right. We're going to go on the record on Allan M. Brown, 21 CF 1344. The appearances are the same. The jury is not in the courtroom for the record. The state wishes to put something on the record. Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, I have a request. Based on the defense's last line of questioning, before I call analyst Christopher Johnson, I'd like permission to recall Deputy Terry Tifft to discuss the leash and whether the defect was there prior to the shooting.
You can call him as a rebuttal witness, right?
I don't know that they're going to put on a case.
Well, we don't know yet.
Right. And because it was just addressed, I was thinking doing it now.
Are you going to call any witnesses to the defense?
At this point, I don't believe so unless Mr. Brown chooses to testify.
All right. I still have to wait to see if the defendant testifies.
And if he doesn't, would I then be able to
And I'll
recall?
let you recall the witness.
Okay, thank you. Then we're ready to proceed with our next witness.
All right, bring the jury in.
Photos and video. All right, we're back on the record on
Allan M. Brown, State of Wisconsin, 21 CF 1344. The appearances are the same. The jury is now back in the courtroom. Thank you for your patience this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have the state's next witness.
Thank you. State calls analyst Christopher Johnson, number 13.
All right, can we have you raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in before you sit down. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
My name is Chris, C-H-R-I-S, Johnson, J-O-H-N-S-O-N.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm employed as the Chief of the Office of Crime Scene Response for the Division of Forensic Sciences, Wisconsin State Crime Laboratories.
Mr. Johnson, if you could just pull that mic up. Yeah, get it real close to your mouth. It's kind of hard to hear otherwise.
Sure.
So what does that mean? What do you do?
Well, my duties are twofold. I have a technical aspect, and I have a managerial or supervisory aspect. The technical aspect, my primary duties are to maintain the integrity of the evidence when asked to come out to process scenes. So this is done through proper scene examination, and that continues with proper recognition, documentation, and collection of physical items of evidence.
And then you also have managerial roles within your department as well?
Yes, I supervise a staff of approximately 4 to 5 full-time people, and within our Office of Crime Scene Response, I have approximately 20 to 25 volunteers that assist at scenes as well.
Generally, when is the crime scene response team called to a scene?
We provide technical assistance to law enforcement for any major crime scenes. So that could be homicide investigations, death investigations, officer-involved shootings, or critical incidents.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you for your position?
Yeah, so I've been at the State Crime Lab for approximately 16 years. I started my role as a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit. So there's educational requirements that I had to have in order to get that position. I have a degree in molecular biology from Marquette University. I also went through an internal training that lasted approximately 10 to 12 months to become a DNA analyst. I did DNA casework for approximately 9 to 10 years. Then I spent a few years supervising the DNA analysis unit. From there, I was able to get managerial skills and supervisory skills, and I'm currently holding the position that I'm holding.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021. Was your crime scene response unit requested at an officer-involved shooting in Bristol, Wisconsin?
Yes, we were.
Tell me how you got that call.
I was actually en route to do follow-up on an additional call from the day before. When this call came in, I got a phone call from the special agent in charge, Dave Klabundy, of the Division of Criminal Investigations, saying that there was a critical incident that happened in the county of Kenosha, and that DCI wasn't going to be asked to participate, but they needed a team of individuals to process the scene.
So what did you do then?
Dave Klabundy gave me a contact for Kenosha County Sheriff's Office, so I called that individual that he gave me the number of, and I made arrangements to get the scene address, and I told him that we would have a team going to be en route to that location. So leaving the follow-up scene that I had to go to, I went back to our crime lab to get the additional people, and then we departed the crime lab to go to the scene.
Other than yourself, who responded to the scene?
Myself, Julie Avila, Pamela Taylor, Yolanda Sanchez, and may I refer to my notes just to make sure I have everybody.
If your report indicated Leah Lakowski, would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Tell me about what happens when you get to a critical response scene.
So the first thing that I do is I want to meet with the individual or officer that knows the most about the scene. I kind of want to get a lay of the land and any information that they have that they can relay onto me. The next step is for me to do a scene walkthrough. And the purpose of the scene walkthrough is to get intel on the types of evidence that might be present in the scene. Now, scene walkthroughs are very useful because ultimately I have to decide a scene processing strategy. So depending on the types of evidence that are present, depending on the environment of the scene, if weather conditions are moving in, might help me or will help me then determine a processing strategy.
So you do a scene walkthrough, then do you come up with that processing strategy?
Yes.
And does that also include maybe assigning some of the people with you to do certain tasks?
Absolutely. So in addition to not only just looking at the evidence in the scene, I then take into account what team members I have, and I assign specific roles and tasks to those team members. In this particular case, I assigned 2 people to photograph the scene, and I had an additional 3rd person video the scene.
And what was your role on this scene?
My role was to be the team leader, so I was taking charge, and I'm responsible for any aspect of scene processing that goes on at that scene.
Did that include collecting the evidence as well?
Yes, that included collecting the evidence. We processed the scene together as a team, but the report that was issued is in my name.
And that's where I was going to go next. So after you're done with the scene, you've collected the evidence, do you then generate a report?
Yes, we generate a report of confidential findings. So it starts off by briefly describing the team that's responding, when and where, and then it goes into any scene examinations and the evidence collected and kind of lists the important evidence that was collected.
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
If I were to show you your report, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this appears to be a photocopy of the report authored by me for dated August 4th, 2022 for laboratory case number R21-3137, agency case number 21-57239.
Your name and signature is on that, correct?
That's correct.
And how do you know it's related to the specific case involving Allan Brown?
Every single confidential report of laboratory findings has a case name associated with the report, and on this report it says case name Allan Brown.
And there's a little S next to it. What does that mean?
S stands for suspect.
So in this report, the first part of this report kind of details what you just went over, how you were dispatched to Bristol and brought those team members with you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The next paragraph goes into arriving on scene, correct?
Yes.
So what information did you get when you arrived on scene?
The scene was, portion of the scene was in a gas station parking lot. So the information I received on scene is I saw numerous squad cars that were present. So I asked questions on what squad cars were potentially involved. And I also got information that a vehicle that was in the gas station parking lot was involved in the scenario as well.
And what vehicle was that?
It was a bronze Buick Encore.
Your report lists a VIN number, correct?
That's correct.
As well as a Illinois disabled license plate number, correct?
Correct.
Was the suspect, Mr. Brown, on scene when you arrived?
No, he was reportedly removed from the scene and transported to a local hospital.
Were any of the deputies involved in the shooting on scene when you arrived?
No.
You indicated earlier that you assigned individuals to photograph and video record the scene, correct?
That's correct.
Who did you assign to photograph the scene?
I assigned Pamela Taylor and Leah Lakowski to photograph the scene, and I assigned Yolanda Sanchez to video record the scene.
So going to the next page is the list of items that you recovered from the scene, correct?
That's correct.
So first, let's just list the items that you recovered from the scene.
So on the surface of the surface drive is what I'm calling it, on the east end of the surface drive, I recovered 15 fired cartridge cases that had a head stamp Hornady 9mm Luger. An additional fired cartridge case was collected from that surface drive surface that had a head stamp of RP32 Auto.
Now, Mr. Johnson, to your right is State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that appears to be a drone photograph of the entire scene.
And that would be the scene you processed on October 21st of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
There is a pointer on Exhibit 1. When you say the service drive, and we're talking about the 15 9mm cartridges and the 132 auto cartridge, where did you locate those on this photograph?
Those 15 and that one were in this area on the service drive right here.
Where was the 132 auto cartridge in relation to the 15 9mm cartridges?
The 15, it's really hard to see, but there are two cones here representing two distinct groups of cartridge cases. The 15 of the Hornady were in this general area. The 132 Auto RP was right beyond this crime scene tape right here. So it was up in this area right by the curve.
The next group of items you collected, according to your report, was taken from the road verge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where on this picture is where you describe as the road verge?
We define the road verge as the grass area between the surface drive and Highway 50 here. So it's this grass area right here.
What items were collected from the road verge?
One item was a Walter PP32 automatic handgun, serial number 123012P, and it contained a magazine containing unfired cartridges. There was also another fired cartridge case with head stamp RP32 Auto that I recovered from that road verge area. There were several miscellaneous clothing items that were reported to be removed from Allan Brown that we collected on scene. And we also collected 8 fired bullets from the grassy area as well.
For those who may not be familiar with firearms, cartridges and bullets, fired bullets are two different things, correct?
Correct.
What's the difference?
The bullet is the actual item that travels down the barrel of a firearm. The cartridge case is what contains the powder that sends the bullet down the barrel. So the cartridge case gets ejected from an ejection port in the firearm. The actual bullet goes down the barrel of the firearm.
So you actually recovered 8 of those bullets that had been fired?
Yes, examination of the scene is specifically that road verge area. I was able to determine defects that would be consistent with defects caused by a fired bullet. And defects is a fancy term for damage, kind of strike marks. So I saw several strike marks going into the grass area, and knowing that those went in, my job is to see if I can recover the bullet that caused that strike mark.
And you were able to do so at least in 8 of them, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about the condition that you found the handgun in. What condition did you find it in?
It wasn't in a safe. What I call safe is that the magazine's out and a slide is racked back, right? So most firearms, when I arrive on scene, are not in a safe condition. So I have to take the steps in order to render that firearm safe.
What did the firearm look like when you got it?
It was in the grass area, so I want to be able to photograph it the way in which I found it. I turn it over and photograph the opposite side, signifying also the photographer to take any photographs of serial numbers or any other markings that might be on that firearm.
And before you collect items, including what you've mentioned, the cartridges, the fired bullets, the firearm, that's all photographed first, correct?
Yes, it's photographed and actually given a number as to item number 1, item number 2, and it's rephotographed with that number in there as well.
If I were to show you some of those photographs from that scene, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked exhibit 16. Please page through those. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, these are all photographs that were taken by my team.
Do they appear to be true and accurate representations of what you remember from the scene on October 21st of 2021?
They do.
Your Honor, I would move exhibit 16, right?
Yes, correct.
16 into evidence with permission to publish.
The defense have a chance to look at 16.
We did, yes.
All right, the photos on Exhibit 16 have been identified by the witness. They'll be received, and they can publish them to the jury.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Johnson, these are just some of the photographs taken, correct?
Yes, these are just a handful. We take a lot of photographs at a scene.
So let's start with the first one that's in front of you. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph showing the location, relative location of the firearm that I previously spoke about, as well as some of the personnel items, the Chicago Bears hat. Also in the photograph is what appears to be a medical bag that was used by first responders.
And when you or your team are taking photographs, generally, how do you approach taking photographs?
Well, there are 3 different types of photographs. There's an overall photograph, which kind of captures, it's broad. It's a broad picture of generally maybe some landmarks that might be in the scene. Then there's a mid-range, which is a little bit closer to a specific item of evidence. And then there's a close-up showing one particular item of evidence. So I would classify this one as probably a mid-range photograph.
And at the bottom of all these photographs, you see this little banner, correct?
Yes, that's our footer that goes on all photographs that we process and then send to the agency.
So going to the next photograph, kind of zooming more in on the firearm, correct?
Correct.
And then next photograph, again, kind of zooming in on the firearm.
Correct.
And then the next photograph finally is the close-up of the firearm, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So is this the condition that you found the firearm in?
Yes.
You indicate it was not in a safe position, correct?
Correct.
How would you describe the slide?
The slide isn't in a closed or locked back position. It's kind of stuck a little bit. And so picking up that firearm and trying to render it safe, I had a little bit of issues with it. I needed an extra set of hands because what happened was the next cartridge in the magazine that gets fed into the chamber was only partially fed. So I needed to take that cartridge and stuff it back in the magazine so I could drop the magazine out. So it was essentially jammed.
So there was a magazine in this firearm, correct?
Correct.
But in the position you found it, you couldn't take out the magazine or really eject or fire the firearm, correct?
Correct. It was the magazine release button, hitting it and trying to pull the magazine out. The magazine wouldn't come out of the magazine well. So I needed to stuff the next cartridge that would have been fed into the chamber. It partially was moved forward, so I needed to reset it back in the magazine and then pull it out.
You said you needed an extra set of hands?
Correct.
Did an investigator help you with that?
Yes.
I'm going to go to the next photograph. How would you describe this photograph?
A mid-range, again, showing just a different angle. So we like to do kind of 360 photographs showing relative positions of items going around, walking in a circle.
So in this one, you see the firearm, the med bag, the bearer's hat, correct?
Correct.
And then also in the corner here, you see some clothing, correct?
Correct. A shoe and a pair of jeans.
And the next photograph, how would you describe this photograph?
A different angle of kind of depicting the same items. In this particular photograph, more of you can see another shoe that's represented as well as the complete pair of jeans.
And in this photograph, you can still see the gun in relation to the clothing, correct?
Yes, you can.
Next photograph, how would you describe that?
A close-up photograph of the jeans containing also a wallet with a photo ID as well as a pair of shoes.
Now again, these photographs, when they're taken, you have not manipulated any of these items yet, correct?
Correct. These items are exactly photographed the way in which we came across them.
So you didn't take the wallet out of the jeans and put it on there?
No.
That's how you found it?
Yes.
Okay. Next photograph, what is that?
That is a close-up of the ID, photo ID of Allan M. Brown.
And it's a picture ID, correct?
Correct.
All right, and what's this next photograph we're looking at?
This is an overall photograph of the service drive. Each one of those tiny cones represents a fired cartridge case.
And in this packet, there are 2 of these photographs, correct? So if I go to the next one.
That's correct.
From the photographs, can you tell which of these casings they are, either the 9mm or the 32?
All of these would have been the 9mm.
So I'm going to go back to the second to last photograph. All these little cones where my pointer is, those are all 9mm casings.
Correct.
Then if I go to the final photograph, again, all these cones that I'm circling with my cursor, those are all 9mm casings.
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to turn the photographs off for now. So after taking overall photographs, we're going to narrow in on the gun. After taking overall photographs of this .32 firearm, did you then collect it?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, you already described how you had to make it safe, that it was jammed and you had to unjam it, correct?
That's correct.
What did you then do with the firearm?
We properly package it, so I secure it in a gun box and zip tie it down to the bottom of the box so that when we leave the scene, we turn over all the evidence to law enforcement agency prior to departing the scene. And all the evidence that we turn over to the agency is in a sealed, properly sealed condition with proper case number, item description, and sealed with evidence tape with my initials and date so that it can be submitted to the laboratory for analysis in whatever unit.
You did that as well with the cartridges and fired bullets, correct?
Correct.
We talked about the 132 auto cartridge found on the service drive. Do you remember where in the road verge the .32 auto case cartridge was located?
Yes, may I refer to the diagram?
Absolutely.
The 32 auto on the actual, in the road verge, you said?
Yes.
It was in this end of the road verge, right, pretty close to actually where the concrete ends and the grass begins, not too far into that grass area.
How far away from the actual .32 firearm would you say that it was?
Probably a couple feet.
And that was the only .32 cartridge case you found in the road verge, correct?
That's correct.
You searched for others, correct?
Yes, we used, well, 3 different search methods. We used a metal detector. We used a canine that was trained in smelling for fire cartridge cases, as well as we got on our hands and knees and searched that grass area for any further fire cartridge cases.
Did you find any other .32 cartridge cases?
No.
Being familiar with firearms in your line of work, .32, is that a large caliber or a smaller caliber?
Smaller?
Is it common for you to not find cartridges that you know exist?
No.
No, you usually find them?
Yes.
Even smaller calibers?
Yeah. Yes.
So we have one cartridge in the road and one in the road verge, correct?
Correct.
If I showed you the firearm, would you recognize it as the one you found and collected on scene?
Yes.
Johnson, you have gloves with you, correct?
Yes.
You got 'em on.
I got them on.
Do you have scissors?
No.
Clark, do we have scissors? Before getting into the box, do you recognize Exhibit 17?
Yes, I do.
First of all, how do you recognize it since it's just a box?
Prior to sealing up the evidence or turning it over to law enforcement, I make sure that it's properly labeled. So in this particular case, this lower box right here is all my handwriting describing what is in the box. And it has my initials in this area as well as on the tape and everything that's on the back of this box.
All right, if you could please open the box then. All right, Mr. Johnson, you've opened the box. What do you see in the box?
I see a Walther handgun with serial number 123012P.
And is that the same Walter PP 32 automatic handgun you recovered from Bristol on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask permission for Analyst Johnson to show the jury. Just like hold it up.
Just, he can hold it up to the jury.
Thank you. And it is zip tied into the box, correct?
That's correct.
It's in a safe position.
Yes.
I saw that there's something else in the box with it. What is that?
This is packaging that would have been done by our firearms unit after examining the firearm.
All right, if you want to close that box for me. Mr. Johnson, if I were to show you the cartridges for the 32, would you recognize those as well?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 18. Start with this one. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is one of the fired cartridge cases with head stamp RP32 auto that I recovered from the scene.
Which of the 32 cartridges is that?
This is the one recovered from the road verge or the grassy area.
And how do you know that?
It's described on the packaging as a one fired cartridge case with head stamp RP32 auto collected from the road verge.
Okay, I guess I'm confused.
So this is the 32. But it says it's a 9mm.
Okay.
But it's not. This is a 9mm. This is the packaging for the 32. So I'm
Okay.
going to introduce both of them. Mr. Johnson, I'm giving you what's marked Exhibit 19 and 20. First, can you tell me what 19 is?
Exhibit 19?
Yes.
Exhibit 19, the packaging says that it's a one fired cartridge case, RP32 auto, recovered from the surface of the east end of the surface drive.
That's what the packaging says, correct?
That's correct.
Is that what's actually in there?
No.
What's actually in there?
This is a non-fired cartridge.
Okay. So what is 20 then?
Exhibit 20 is a fired cartridge case with the head stamp RP32 auto.
And what does the packaging in Exhibit 20 say?
The description on it is a Tifft loose round from Firearm.
Okay. So packaging does not match what's in there, correct?
No, it doesn't.
But you can you tell from the visual examination of what's in there what each of those items are?
Yes.
Okay, so although the packaging in 20 doesn't match, you can tell that that's a cartridge from the 32, correct?
Yes.
And how can you, just to be super clear, how can you tell?
The head stamp
Okay.
that's on the fired cartridge case.
Can you kind of raise it up and show?
It's just a fire cartridge case. There's no bullet that's actually attached to the cartridge.
Which of the 32 cartridges is that?
This is the one that would have been collected from the east end of the service drive on the concrete.
And then the packaging in Exhibit 19 matches the actual cartridge in Exhibit 20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So somewhere along the line, the packaging got mixed up.
Yes.
And all three of those, do those appear to be what you collected? Or let me strike that. The 32 cartridges, are those what you collected from the scene in Bristol on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move Exhibits 17, 18, 19, and 20 into evidence.
Defense have a chance to look at those exhibits?
We did.
All right, all four of them have been identified by the witness, 17, 18, 19, and 20. They could be published to the jury and received if you wish.
If you want to hold up the 32 cartridges next to each other to publish for the jury, please.
Fire cartridge cases are in the top part of this bag.
Those items were collected and eventually analyzed by someone else in your unit, correct?
Someone else at the laboratory.
At the laboratory.
Yes.
Other than the items in front of you, you also collected all the other items that are listed in your report, correct?
That's correct.
And when you collected all those items, did you do so consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
And you indicate all of them were then turned over to the Racine County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That's correct.
You also indicated earlier in your testimony that a video was done of the scene.
That's correct.
Describe how your unit takes video of a scene and why.
So it's another form of documentation. So we like to do videos of the scene because a photograph just captured one specific time, right? It doesn't show movement. So we like to walk through the scene without doing anything to the scene at first, making sure that we have it videoed. So it's another representation of how we view the scene as we approach it.
If I were to show you that video, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, on the screen, I'm going to show you Exhibit 21, which is a video that I have paused at 0 seconds. Based on what you see on the screen, can you tell me what this video is or identify it?
Yes, this is our CSR, Crime Scene Response Video Photo Documentation Placard. So it lists the lab case number, R21-3137 at the top. And the boxes in the middle, the initials on the left-hand side represent individuals. And then as you go forward, it represents V or P, so video or photo, the start date, the start time, and then what actual video or photo card number that they used. So you can see, for instance, the first line, LL, stands for Leah Lakowski. She photographed, started on 10/21/21, and the start time was 4:13, and she used card number R14.
It also has a location on it, correct?
Correct. The location, 20,075th Street in Bristol. The agency is Racine County Sheriff's Office. Agency case number 21-57239. And the agency distribution email. So that email address is the email address, the point of contact individual that we send all of our photos and video to once we're done processing the scene.
And also there's a little reviewed by, what is that?
Reviewed by team leader, so those are my initials and the date that I reviewed that photo placard.
This video is 24 minutes in length, so I'm going to play the video with the permission of the court.
All right, the video has been identified by the witness, and we could play it then.
Before I play it, is there any sound?
No.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, is that a true and accurate representation of the scene on October 21st, 2021?
It is.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit 21 into evidence.
21 will be received.
Now, Mr. Johnson, I'm just going to go to the very last, basically second of that video. If you can give me 1 second. I'm just going to pause it right here at 24:38. So we already talked about the cones in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
I also see a bunch of little flags in the grass. What are those?
During my examination of the scene, as well as my team's, we were marking any potential fire bullet defect with a flag. So there are two different colors that we used. One was pinkish and the other one was yellow.
Is there a difference between the pink and yellow?
No.
Okay. On this still I have 2438. Can you see the cone that marks the 32 casing you found on the roadway?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's right by that light pole that's in the background. So it's the one cone that's off to the right-hand side.
Is it where my cursor is circling?
That is it.
Okay, so
Yes.
that would be where you found the 32 cartridge, correct?
Correct.
All these other cones to the left of the screen, those are 9mm cartridges, correct?
That's correct.
Just going to go a little bit forward. I was at 2440. Where was the other 32 cartridge located?
It was in the grouping where off to the right-hand side where the where those four pink flags and then the one yellow. It's in that area right there.
Okay, where I'm circling my cursor?
Correct.
You can't tell from this which one is the cartridge, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but it's somewhere in that grouping of 5?
Yes.
Okay. According to your report, what time did you arrive at the scene?
We arrived at approximately 4:48 p.m.
And when did you depart the scene?
We departed the scene at approximately 10:30 p.m.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Any cross from the defense?
Yes, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
In your report, you indicate there were 8 fired bullets found, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to determine which firearm those bullets came from?
No, that we collect the evidence so that it will get submitted to our firearms unit. So to see if they can determine what firearm it was fired from.
Thank you. In terms of the mislabeling of the cartridges, when did that occur?
In my opinion, that would have occurred as the evidence was getting ready to be returned after the lab or the firearms unit was done with their examination.
So your unit would not have mislabeled them?
No.
Okay. And in the cartridge that's not the 32, is that related to this case at all?
I don't know. I have not seen, that was not collected by us.
Okay, so it's a piece of evidence that came from who knows where.
Yeah, law enforcement submitted it through their course of their investigation with this.
Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No.
All right. Thank you. You're excused.
And Your Honor, I'd also move Exhibit 15, his report, into evidence.
All right. 15 will be received.
I was going to put it on the table.
Everything else. All right, our next witness.
I'm going to go check to see if he's here. 1 second.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, my next witness just got done testifying in Madison, so he's not going to be here till after lunch.
So we have no more witnesses this morning?
No more witnesses this morning.
Get an early lunch, folks. That's good news, right? I try to be, what time can he be here in the afternoon?
1 o'clock.
All right, be back by 1, okay? Please don't talk about the case. Have a good lunch, all right? Hold them. All right, we're holding the jury. We'll call you when we're ready. Thank you. I just want to mention one thing before we take our lunch break. I kept the handgun up here. We're going to lock it up in the safe. If you need it, just let us know, okay? All right, thank you. Where'd they go? Where'd they disappear to?
She just stepped out to speak with the witness, I think.
No, it did slip right off.
Right.
Up the stairs? I was getting
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of like, oh. I wasn't sure it was gonna turn out that way. What's that? So, it hurts.
All set, Judge.
Good.
Thank you.
Bring them out. All right, we're back on the record on Allan Brown, 21 CF 1344. Appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. We're going to continue with the state's case in chief. Next witness for the state.
Thank you. State calls Troy Chadwick, number 7.
I ask you to remain standing, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Troy, Troy. Last name Chadwick, Chadwick.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm a firearms and tool mark examiner at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
How long have you held that position?
I've been at the crime laboratory for a little over 10 years, and I've been in firearms for 8.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you for your position?
I do.
And what is that?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree, which is a prerequisite to be hired as a forensic scientist at the crime lab. And then additionally, I completed the firearms and tool mark examiner training program at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory.
And what does it mean to be a firearms and tool marks examiner?
There's a variety of things, tasks that I'm authorized to do with respect to casework, but the two primary components of my job include the function testing of firearms and the microscopic examinations of fired evidence.
As part of your duties, did you receive some firearms, cartridge casings, and bullets from the Racine County Sheriff's Office related to a case involving Allan Brown?
Yes.
Did you generate a report based on the items you received, the testing that you did, and the results?
Yes, I did.
If you were to see that report, would you recognize it?
I would.
I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 22. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
This is the report I issued with respect to this case.
How can you tell?
My signature's on it.
It also has a case name associated with it, correct?
It does.
And what is the case name?
Allan M. Brown.
And an agency, your agency case number, correct?
The laboratory case number is R213137.
Now, in this report, it details items that you received, correct?
Correct.
Let's go through that. First, you received 3 firearms, correct?
That is correct.
What firearms did you receive for analysis?
I received 2 Glock Model 17 9mm caliber semi-automatic pistols and 1 Walther Model PP 32 automatic caliber semi-automatic pistol.
You also received a magazine associated with the Walther Model PP, correct?
Correct.
And did the magazine have any cartridges in it?
It did.
How many?
It had the magazine, which is sub-designated as part of the pistol, so originally they were in the same package, contained 5 unfired 32 automatic caliber cartridges.
You also received some fired 32 caliber cartridges, correct?
Correct.
How many did you receive?
3.
And then the rest of your report indicates cartridges and other rounds that you received related to the 9mm Glocks, correct?
Correct. The remainder of the evidence was 9mm caliber in class.
Now, as part of your duties, when you receive a firearm, what's the first thing you do with that firearm?
So the first thing we do is perform what's called a function test. The ultimate goal of the function test is for me as an examiner to determine whether or not the gun is safe to fire. By doing so, we conduct a physical and visual examination of the gun. We document make, model, serial number, all the pertinent characteristics of the gun, and then manually check any safeties it may or may not have. Has it been modified in any way? Is it broken or damaged in any way that would prevent us from being able to safely fire it at the laboratory? And once that is complete and we deem it's either safe to fire or not fire, we will then, if applicable, fire the gun and recover test-fired cartridge cases and bullets as applicable.
So focusing on the Walter Model PP that you received, which in your report is designated item AM1, did you go through that process?
Yes, I did.
Did you deem whether the Walter Model PP was functioning?
I did.
So if you could for the jury, what did you do with that Walter Model PP to determine that it was functioning?
I test-fired it.
So you actually put a bullet in the gun and fire it?
Correct.
Okay. And then after test firing it and making sure that it's functioning, what is your next step in analyzing the evidence?
Once firearms are test-fired and all of our documentation regarding them is complete and we've actually test-fired them, we recover test-fired cartridge cases and test-fired projectiles or bullets for the most part. Once that's complete, we're pretty much done with the firearms. We move into microscopic comparisons of fired evidence. So with respect to this case, we will document and microscopically compare all of the fired cartridge cases and fired bullets to determine if the group of just the evidence, how many guns they came from. Is there one gun, two guns? And then from there we can compare the subsets of groups of evidence to specific guns where there's an agreement on class characteristics.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to determine if the 32 automatic caliber cartridge casings that you received came from that Walter Model PP?
Yes, I was.
And did they?
Yes, they did.
And you said microscopic examination, but how do you examine a cartridge to determine if it came from a particular weapon?
So I've used the phrase class characteristics a few times. What that means, class characteristics are broad, general terms used to describe make, model, serial number of guns, but with fired evidence components, it's what caliber are they, what shape is the cylinder, how much does the bullet weigh. Those are all class characteristics to help us sort groups of evidence. So for this case, I had a number of 9mm caliber cartridges and a number of 32 caliber cartridge cases. Those are obviously separate groups from each other based on class characteristics. They're plainly just different calibers. From there, we move into, once a group of evidence has agreement on class, everything visually has agreement, we move to microscopic comparisons. We use a tool called a comparison microscope. So it's basically any compound microscope you may have used in a college or high school science class, except there's two of them. And they're hooked together through a single eyepiece called an optical bridge. And that allows us to physically look at two items simultaneously at the same time in one field of view. And that's how we observe the individual characteristics that we're looking for. With respect to cartridge cases, there's a number of areas of interest. Plainly, anywhere the firearm, the internal components of the firearm come into contact with a piece of fired evidence, there's a transfer of individual characteristics. The areas that we're specifically looking for under the microscope are the firing pin impression, the breech face impression, extractor and ejector marks, chamber marks, and then with respect to bullets, we're looking at the rifling impressions of the projectiles themselves.
You just listed a lot of things you're looking for on the cartridges, on the cartridge casings. Could you go through those again and explain what they are? For instance, the breech face impression.
So an unfired piece of ammunition, an unfired bullet, if you will, has four primary components: the projectile itself and the case. The case is the metallic cylinder, and that holds gunpowder, and on the bottom of that is a primer. The basic process of how a semi-automatic pistol is fired is that with every squeeze of the trigger, the firing pin strikes the primer. The primer is a small explosive that ignites the gunpowder. The gunpowder burns and pushes the projectile through the barrel. Simultaneously to that happening, if there are rounds left in the magazine of the gun, the cartridge case will be ejected and the gun will semi-automatically load the next round into the chamber until the magazine is empty. During that process, anywhere that the metallic structures of the gun come into contact with the cartridge case or the bullet, there's a transfer of tool marks. So each of the areas I mentioned are areas where there's a transfer of tool marks. So the breech is the back of the slide of the gun where the cartridge is chambered, and it's similar to hitting a nail with a hammer. The firing pin will strike the primer, and then the force of the explosion inside of the gun will push the cartridge case back against the breech of the gun, causing an impression. The firing pin impression itself, where the firing pin strikes the primer, is an impression. They're all different areas. I like to describe them as pieces of a pie. When examining cartridge cases, each area is a slice of the pie that we need to examine. And then when rendering an opinion on the source of the cartridge case, whether it's a firearm or a group of cartridge cases from one firearm, we have to account for the whole pie to make sure there's not a piece missing or something is wrong.
Now, you said you do this microscopic examination with 2 microscopes, correct?
2 stages of one microscope that we can see both stages simultaneously. So one eyepiece.
What pieces of evidence do you have on each microscope?
So the initial examination will be just the group of evidence to each other. And if there's agreement and consistencies in all the markings and all the individual characteristics that we're observing, we can conclude that a group of cartridge cases were fired in the same gun. And then ultimately, if we have guns to compare them to, on one side of the microscope will be evidence, and on the other side will be the test fire that we recovered from the gun when we shot it ourselves.
So in this case, you test fired the Walter PP, correct?
Correct.
Did you then compare the recovered cartridge from the test fire and compare it to 2 cartridges you received from the scene?
Ultimately, I compared the test-fired cartridge cases to 3 total cartridge cases.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether they all came from the same weapon?
Yes. The 3 fired .32 automatic cartridge cases that I examined are designated at their laboratory as items D, AD, and AJ, were all fired in the Walther semi-automatic pistol.
If I were to show you the firearm and cartridges that you examined specifically related to the Walter PP, would you recognize them?
Yes, I would.
I'm giving you exhibits 17, 18, 19, and 20. We'll start with 17, which is the box. Do you recognize exhibit 17?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is laboratory items AM1 and AM2. This is the Walther semi-automatic pistol, the magazine, and the unfired cartridges from the magazine, also including my test fires that I produced.
And how do you know that Exhibit 17 in your hand is item A1 and A2 from your report?
When an item of evidence is submitted to the crime laboratory, it's given a individual item number. We've been referring to these, but you can see that as a yellow barcode. So the barcode is the laboratory case number and the item number that we give that at the crime lab. Furthermore, in firearms, anytime that we examine a gun, we will physically write with a Sharpie or paint marker the case number, our dates and initials on the gun itself, and that's might be tough to see, but it's silver. It's right there. So that's how I can recognize that this is the gun that I actually examined.
Now let's look at Exhibit 18. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what is Exhibit 18?
This is a fired .32 caliber cartridge case.
And how can you tell?
So, furthermore, firearms is generally speaking the last unit at the laboratory that will conduct any analysis. Any fingerprints or DNA or anything that needs to be done will be done prior to us ever receiving the item. So when we return evidence, when we're done in firearms, it generally will go back to the submitting agency in the condition that we leave it. So this packaging, as you see here, is how I physically packaged it. The original packaging as I received it is here. The item itself is at the top, which has the laboratory item number written on it with Sharpie. And the green marker that you can see on the heat seals is my date and initials from the day that I sealed the item.
And what item number is that cartridge?
Court exhibit number 18 is laboratory item AJ.
Okay. Now let's look at Exhibit 20. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
This is a fired .32 auto caliber cartridge case.
If you could look at the packaging, is that the packaging from that .32 caliber?
No.
And then if you could look at, compare that to Exhibit 19, what is the packaging in Exhibit 19?
Exhibit 19 is the packaging for the fired cartridge case.
How did that happen?
When we work a case, especially a case of this volume, we have all of our items of evidence in trays, and then we keep all of the original packaging, which is, if you imagine, dozens of paper bags in a pistol box similar to this. When I sealed them, I just flip-flopped the original packaging.
Okay. So that was a mistake you made?
Correct.
Okay. Is the packaging from item 19, I'm sorry, strike that. Is the packaging from item 20 associated with the loose bullet in item 19?
Yes.
So what happened is basically you accidentally flip-flopped the packaging from items 19 and 20.
Correct.
Item 19, the loose bullet, is an item that you examined in this case, correct?
Correct.
It just has nothing to do with the .32 caliber.
Correct.
What type of bullet is in item 19?
It's an unfired 9mm caliber cartridge.
Also an item you examined, correct?
Correct.
So going to the actual item in Exhibit 20, which item number is that in your report?
Court exhibit number 20 is item D, which is one of the fired .32 auto caliber cartridges.
And how do you know that?
So based on my experience and looking at the item, I can determine it's a fired cartridge case of the correct caliber, and also the item number or we refer to them as numbers, but letter D is written in marker on the item itself.
So regardless of the packaging, you can identify that as item D from your report, correct?
Correct.
Is that the same with number Court Exhibit 18? Is AJ written on that caliber, or that cartridge? I apologize.
Correct.
So based on your training, experience, and your examination, you can say that items A, J, and D, otherwise known as Court Exhibit 18 and 20, came from that gun in front of you, Exhibit 17.
Correct.
Is there any possibility that those cartridges came from one of the 9mm firearms?
No.
Why not?
There's a number of reasons, but the most simplest reason is the individual markings that we look at are individual to a specific gun. So during the manufacturing process, guns are imbued with individual characteristics because we're talking about a chunk of metal that is produced into a firearm. And during that production process, there are microscopic markings as a result of the process. Milling marks, drilling marks, reaming, all of those are mechanical machining processes used to produce a firearm. It's those marks that are transferred to the fired evidence during the firing process. Because I was able to identify the group of cartridge cases to the gun, that basically excludes all other guns. There's also a practical nature that 32 caliber is smaller than 9mm, so if you attempted to fire a 32 auto out of a 9mm, it physically would slide right through the barrel of the gun.
All right, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Mr. Chadwick, when you receive the items of evidence, do you also receive where they were located from the scene?
Potentially, but that's not information that I solicit.
Okay, in terms of items D, AD, and AJ, were you told where those items came from in the crime scene?
When items of evidence are submitted at the crime laboratory, anything that's on the packaging, the property numbers and any case information from the law enforcement is documented by the staff at the crime lab who receives that, and a receipt is produced as an exchange or an acknowledgement that the items were submitted. And I have access to that, but that's not something I regularly look at.
Did you look at it in this case?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't know where items D, AD, or AJ came from?
Correct.
Okay, no further questions.
Anything on those questions?
No.
Right, you're excused, thank you.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit 22 into evidence, the report.
22 is received. All right, our next witness.
State calls Dr. Jennifer Herring, number 10.
Come up all the way up here, Doctor. If you could just remain standing, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone and spell your first and last name for the reporter.
It's Jennifer, Jennifer, last name Herring, Herring.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Dr. Herring, how are you employed?
I'm employed as a veterinarian
Where?
at Veterinary Specialty Center in Bannockburn, Illinois.
How long have you been a vet?
About 24 years now.
Do you have any education or training that qualifies you to be a veterinarian?
So I obviously went to veterinary school, which was a 4-year training. I did an internship for a year after that. And then I also am board certified and did a residency in emergency and critical care.
The Veterinary Specialty Center where you are employed, what type of veterinary hospital is that?
It is specifically a specialty center, which means we don't do vaccines or daytime practice. It's more of, in our specific specialty, it's just emergency cases and very critical animals that we see.
It is considered a trauma center, correct?
We are a certified trauma center, correct.
And what does it mean to be a certified trauma center?
So there's extra certification qualifications that you need to meet for a hospital to become a certified center. So that means we have the proper staff and the proper facilities to handle the most critical of patients.
And to your knowledge, are you one of the only certified trauma centers in your area?
In Illinois, correct, yes.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021. Were you working as a vet at Veterinary Specialty Center that day?
Correct. We were in Buffalo Grove. It was a different practice at that time. We've recently moved, but yes.
Okay. So you're working in Buffalo Grove at that time, correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you receive information that a police canine was in need of treatment?
Yes.
Tell me how you learned about that.
So we received a phone call, which is typically how we get our referrals, which is another hospital calling us up, telling us that they have a patient that is in need of emergency care. They let us know what the emergency is, and so that lets us know, how to prepare for that emergency when it arrives. So,
What information did you learn from that phone call to help you prepare for what was about to come?
So they told us that there was a police dog that had received a bullet wound to the head. It was initially stabilized at the hospital that was referring the patient to us, and that he was in critical condition. So,
do you remember which hospital referred?
I believe it was Harris Pet Hospital, I believe. Yes.
When you are treating a patient, you are documenting what you do, correct?
Correct.
How
yes.
do you document that?
We document it in two ways. One, we have a medical record where we document all of the basically physical exam findings, the history that we receive, our plan, things like that we outline. And we also have a medical treatment sheet as well that documents kind of the hour-to-hour status of the patient.
And did you document your treatment of this canine officer?
Yes.
And how many days was this canine officer being treated by you?
I believe he was there for 2 days, 2.5 days maybe.
Okay. So every day there would be treatment notes, correct?
Correct.
If I were to show you your treatment notes from this canine, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 23. Please page through that and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, these are my medical notes.
Specifically your medical notes from treating the canine, correct?
Correct.
And what was the canine's name?
Riggs.
So let's talk about him coming to your center. How did he come to your specialty center?
He actually came by human ambulance, which is very atypical for how we receive patients. But
Very
he was a
atypical, you said?
Very atypical. Yes.
Have you ever had that happen before?
Once.
Once? Okay. So he came by human ambulance, and what is the first thing you do with Riggs?
So obviously we knew he was coming, so we did have a team ready to receive him, which means that we have a nursing staff and several doctors that are available to receive the patient when they arrive. And so we had a trauma bay set up for him, which is a table, fluids prepared, medications prepared that we thought he might need. And so when he arrived, you know, we went and we met him at the police car, so
Okay.
at the ambulance rather.
And what did you do when you brought him in?
So our first when we bring these patients in, always we evaluate them. We do a physical exam and assessment of the patient first.
Can you slow down just a little bit? The court reporter has to take down what you're saying, and you're
Yeah.
soft-spoken and fast. So
Yeah, of course.
bring the mic up a little bit, and just if you could slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you. So start again. So what's the first thing you do?
So the first thing we do is a physical examination. So we want to make sure that the patient is stable when they arrive, and if they're not stable, we want to assess what's not stable about them so we can address, you know, the different needs of the patient at the time.
And how about Canine Riggs? Was he stable when you received him?
So the other hospital did do a good job of initially doing some stabilization for him. So when he first arrived, he did still have some abnormalities when he came to us. In particular, his heart rate was abnormal, his blood pressure was abnormal, and his mentation and neurologic evaluation was abnormal.
How was his, did you say mentation?
Yeah, so that's his demeanor, his attitude toward his surroundings.
How was that abnormal?
So he did seem just dull and just lethargic. So usually patients that have sustained a significant trauma of this nature are usually have that fight or flight response where they're very heightened and very overly aware of their surroundings to the point of almost like agitation and excitement. And he had the exact opposite. He was very dull and mentally just subdued.
And what did you then do after that evaluation to stabilize him further?
So he did receive some fluids at the other facility, so we went ahead and continued a bolus of fluids, so just an IV infusion of fluids to help his perfusion or circulation to try to improve his blood flow to his vital organs. Particularly, we were worried about his brain given the location of his injury, and he did receive some pain medication. So those were the first two immediate interventions.
Obviously, dogs can't talk. So how do you know if a dog is in pain?
So, I mean, just the nature of the injury for us obviously would put that at a high scale of pain. And for him, like I said, he was subdued, he was dull, so it was difficult in his case to assess that. He didn't have the usual response that we would expect. Excuse me, but he did have sensitivity around the wound.
And how could you tell?
When we touched it, he flinched,
Okay.
pulled back. Yeah.
So fluids, pain medication. What was the next thing you did to treat Canine Riggs?
So we did, once we got that stuff on board, we did assess things like blood pressure, ECG to assess his heart rate and his rhythm. And then we did his full neurologic evaluation to assess how he was moving, what his movement looked like, and kind of how he was responding to his environment.
And what was the result of that examination?
So it was abnormal. He was unsteady on his feet. He was able to initially get up for a few brief seconds and move for a little while, but he mostly wanted to lie there and not want to move initially. He seemed very pulled back in terms of his demeanor.
So what did you do based on those findings?
So we initially decided to work on continuing to provide stabilization. So a lot of times in these injuries, we have to focus on getting the patient stable first before we work on additional diagnostics. But for him, we did do some initial blood work on him to make sure that his vital organs were stable.
And did you find that his vital organs were stable?
Can I refer back to this?
Yes, you may. That's why it's up
Yeah.
there.
Okay, great. So the initial blood work that we did was evaluation of his electrolytes and his acid-base status. And then we also looked at his red blood cell count as well. And those initial tests, his initial tests were actually quite good.
So based on that, what is the next thing you did to treat Riggs?
So we did also provide him some antibiotics. The antibiotics were because the wound was not sterile. And so we weren't sure how much infection would potentially set into that wound. So he did receive IV antibiotics. And then we were also not certain about the extent of the injuries at that time to his actual skull or his brain. And so a lot of times in dogs, when they've sustained significant head trauma, we do become very concerned about seizures occurring in these patients. So he did receive a prophylactic anticonvulsant medication.
Prophylactic meaning just in case?
Just in case.
Okay.
Just in case.
And what we're talking about, are we still on October 21st of
That's the
2020?
initial evaluation, yeah, initial treatments.
So after the anti-seizure and the antibiotics, what was the next course of treatment?
So we decided not to pursue any advanced imaging like CT or MRI immediately with Riggs. One of the reasons for that was given his mentation. We were very concerned with him, particularly about increased intracranial pressure or increased pressure on the brain for him, because he did come in with an elevated blood pressure and a low heart rate. And so those two things in combination makes us very concerned about high pressure in the brain. And we did not want him to undergo anesthesia in that condition. So we did also administer him a medication called mannitol, which actually helps to decrease brain swelling.
And did that work?
It did, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the next thing you did treatment-wise with Riggs?
So we decided to give him until the next day to do any further diagnostics on him. And then we made the decision as a team to do both a CT and an MRI of his brain, because each of those imaging modalities tells us something different. The CT of his brain will be more specific to focus on the bony structures of the brain, so it helps us look at the skull and the facial bones and things like that in more detail. The MRI will more specifically tell us the intimate details of what's happening inside his brain.
And you decided to wait until the next day, so that'd be October 22nd to do that, correct?
Correct.
So what kind of treatment do you provide then overnight?
So overnight, he was on several medications. He was on fluids throughout the course of the evening. He was on continuous antibiotics through injections. We had him on drips of an opioid pain medication to help with his pain, and then he was on that anticonvulsant we talked about.
So the next day, October 22nd, you do the imaging, correct?
Correct.
What was the results of the imaging?
So his imaging, I mean, he was a very lucky dog. He did not have any fractures of his skull. He did sustain some edema or swelling of his brain, and he had a kind of contusion or bruising of his brain. So at the impact of where the bullet impacted the initial portion of his skull in the center, basically midline, he had a kind of a contusion there and some swelling associated with that. So he did not actually have any penetration of the bullet through the skull or into the brain tissue. It was all kind of secondary effects.
So knowing all that, what was your next course of treatment for canine Riggs?
So knowing that, I mean, that was great news to hear, and that told us that he would probably recover from this. We didn't know the extent of the impact neurologically he would have from that, meaning we didn't know how much residual change in mentation that would bring for him, or how much the the bruise or the swelling of his brains was essentially like a concussion that he had. We didn't know the extent of what that concussion, so to speak, would have on his ability to perform his duties moving forward.
So what did you do to monitor that then?
So we do what's called serial neurologic evaluations. So those are essentially continuous exams that we do about every 4 hours or 6 hours or so to evaluate how he's doing and how he's responding to our therapy. And then we will also then make adjustments to treatments depending on his response. Fortunately for him, he responded well.
So you did those assessments at regular intervals, and he was showing progress?
Correct.
How did you then treat the physical wound itself?
So for the physical wound, he had a lot of secondary swelling of his head. And we were worried at the time that we might have an abscess developing. On both the CT and the MRI, we could see the track from the entry wound in the center of his skull and exiting kind of in the back of his skull. We could kind of see the tract on the CT and MRI, so we knew that there was a through and through wound that needed to be addressed. It's a difficult wound in the location that it's in to do any sort of flushing of that area. So it was mostly just taking care of the superficial wound that was there, providing some compresses to decrease pressure, meaning some cold kind of compresses on the head to do that. And we did provide him an anti-inflammatory at that time too.
And how did you make sure the entrance and exit wound remained clean?
So he had routine wound care as part of his treatment plan. So that required us to, we have several products that we use to kind of help superficially keep the wound clean. And then we also will wash it with some sterile solution at the end of that cleaning.
So according to the medical records in front of you, Canine Riggs was discharged on October 24th of 2021, correct?
Correct.
So between October 22nd and October 24th, did you basically just continue those regular treatments that you've just described?
Correct. He was responding to therapy, so we continued to keep that going. The last, 24 hours or so of therapy, we did transition him more to oral medications for pain, just to make sure he could handle that and make sure that he was comfortable on that plan before we thought of discharging him back to the handler.
How do you get to a point where you feel comfortable discharging an animal who's sustained an injury like Canine Riggs did?
Yeah, in his case, his progress, and I think because he's such an athletic dog, his progress was more rapid, I think, than what we're used to seeing in a lot of these cases. I think his athleticism helped in his recovery. But we look at a lot of those parameters to make sure that we are normalizing everything we intended to. So we make sure that the vital parameters of his heart rate and pulse and respiratory rate and pain scores and mentation scores are all appropriate for what we want before we think about discharge home. And he kind of met and checked all those boxes, so that made us comfortable sending him back home.
And when you sent him back home, just like any other animal you discharged, did you send care instructions with him?
Correct, yes.
And what type of care instructions did you send home with Riggs?
Yeah, so he was home on, and I'll triple check this, but he was home on antibiotics. He went home on the anticonvulsant medication just in case, because we have seen in some of these trauma patients where they develop seizures even weeks out from their trauma. So he was home on that, and he went home on pain medications, which included an anti-inflammatory.
Were there any wound care instructions for his handler to deal with?
Yeah, so a lot of his swelling was starting to resolve. We didn't have too much for them to do, but yes, he did have that. We had a whole section on monitoring the swelling, monitoring for discharge or kind of a foul odor from the wound, making sure that there wasn't any hemorrhage or bleeding from the area, things like that, or anything that kind of looked different or off about the wound. Obviously, we make pretty strict instructions to let us know about anything that kind of is out of the ordinary.
How about exercise or work limitations? Did you put any limitations on his exercise or work?
We did. We gave him at least a month off of care. We weren't sure if a month was enough, and he was making good progress, but we weren't sure like how much time he would actually need. So we kind of give initial parameters, but then we always make instructions for follow-up to the regular veterinarians that kind of handle him, after they leave our facility, to make sure that they, again, that the dogs meet the criteria that they need to meet before they're released to go back to service. And we weren't even sure that Riggs was able to go back to service. He's a very fortunate dog to be able to go back to service after that injury.
Any other instructions you sent him home with that I've missed?
I don't think so. I mean, we had monitoring instructions, so things to look out for that were abnormal. So our monitoring instructions are things like lack of appetite or changes in, how they're physically able to move, or if they are nauseous at home or have any vomiting, things like that we'd like to know about right away, because we do send them home on medications, and some of these are very potent medications that do have side effects, and so we want to make sure that the patients are watched for those pretty closely as well.
After he was discharged on October 24th of 2021, did you see Canine Riggs again?
I don't believe I physically saw him again. I saw him in photos, but I didn't think I actually physically saw him again.
But there was no need for his handler to bring him back to you for treatment, correct?
No, and like I said, we're a specialty facility, so most patients do not do follow-up with our facility. They usually do follow-up with their day veterinarians.
I have no further questions, Doctor.
Any
Thank you.
Crofts?
No, thank you.
All right, you're excused, doctor. Thank you. Have a good day.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit 23 into evidence.
Larry? Is 23 there? All right, 23 is received. Next witness.
Next witness is Deputy Jamie Beal, number 5.
You just remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear in. You solemnly swear the testimony of this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
First name is Jamie, last name is Beal, B-E-A-L-L.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm a sheriff's deputy with the Racine County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
I was hired in September 2019.
What are your current duties?
I'm currently assigned to the patrol unit.
And what does that mean? What type of things do you do as a patrol officer?
Well, I guess my particular assignment is the strategic patrol unit, so my job is interdiction, usually within the interstate area.
I want to draw your attention to October 29th of 2021. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Where were you assigned to that day?
I was assigned a hospital guard at St. Cat's in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin.
Who were you guarding at St. Cat's?
Allan Brown.
Do you see Mr. Brown in court today?
I do, yes.
Can you describe where he is seated and what he is wearing?
He's seated to my left in a gray shirt with a multicolored tie.
All right, the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
Thank you. Deputy, what are your responsibilities when you're on guard assignment, particularly at a hospital?
My assignment would include pretty much watching the inmate, making sure that they don't assault hospital staff and that they don't escape.
Did you have any knowledge of this particular inmate before you were assigned to guard him?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what knowledge was that?
Prior to me guarding Mr. Brown, I was told that he was a suspect in 2 homicides in Chicago, that he had gotten in an officer-involved shooting with Kenosha County deputies, and that he had shot their canine.
Did you also receive any cautionary instructions from your supervision regarding Mr. Brown?
I did. I was told to use extreme caution with Mr. Brown because he was target glancing deputies' weapons as well as exits.
And for us lay people who may not know, what does target glancing mean?
So in law enforcement, we are taught to look for specific, I guess it's really a form of nonverbal communication. They're called pre-attack indicators, is what we refer to them in law enforcement. Target glancing would be a form of a pre-attack indicator, meaning that an attack may be pending. So when it's pretty much the theory of someone's eyes will, when they're thinking of an object, so if someone's thinking of my gun, they'll look down at my gun. Or if they're thinking of exit routes, they're going to be looking at doorways.
You began guarding Mr. Brown at around 10 a.m. that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you were guarding Mr. Brown, did you yourself see him target glancing?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Tell me about that. What did you see?
Multiple times when I was in contact with Mr. Brown, I could see him target glancing my weapons on my duty belt. He'd even asked me about the weapons on my duty belt. At one point, medical staff had asked us to get Mr. Brown up onto his feet, so we were walking on a hallway for medical purposes. He was walking with a walker. I could see him target glancing a stairwell, which would have been to our left. Mr. Brown was fixated on that stairwell.
Let's talk about first him target glancing your weapon. You said he asked about it?
Yes, I recall him asking about our weapons, yes.
Do you remember specifically what he said?
I don't remember the specific questions, no.
Did you answer those questions?
No, I did not.
Now the hallway incident with the target glancing, you said he was using a walker, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed or shackled in any way?
He was wearing leg restraints.
And what are those?
So it's pretty much a chain. So they look like handcuffs. It's just a longer chain. And then they go around the person's feet.
And you said you saw him fixated on a stairwell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do in response to seeing that?
I had told the nurse to stop. We were going to turn around because it was making me uncomfortable. He was so fixated on that stairwell.
And when you saw that, were you approaching the stairwell?
Yes, we were.
So you had them turn around prematurely, would that be fair? Before you got to the stairwell?
Yeah, that's fair.
When Mr. Brown was in his hospital room, how would he be restrained, if at all?
We kept Mr. Brown in those leg restraints, and then we also kept one of his arms also in a handcuff that was restrained to the hospital bed.
At one point, did Mr. Brown ask to sit in a chair?
Yes, he did.
Tell me about that.
So at one point, he had asked to sit in a chair that was located, it was like the right side of his bed. He had actually gone to sit in that chair. I told him, no, you can't sit there. Get back in your bed because we can't restrain you into that chair. And he had suggested that my partner and I restrain him to a table that was connected to that chair. I told him, no, we're not going to do that. Get back into your bed. I restrained him back to the bed. And then shortly after, my partner went to assess a similar chair that was in another room, which he said all Mr. Brown would have had to do was lift the table in order to escape. So
if you had put him in that chair and handcuffed him to that table, all he would have had to do is lift the table and he would have been unhandcuffed? To the table?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on October 29th, 2021, at approximately 3:14 p.m., did you receive information from Mr. Brown's doctor that he was medically cleared?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean to you as a law enforcement officer?
That means as soon as I get his discharge paperwork, I can bring him back to jail.
Did you receive his discharge paper shortly after that?
Yes.
And upon receiving the discharge paperwork, was Mr. Brown changed his clothes in any way?
Yes.
Do you remember what he was changed into?
I believe he was given a pair of pants.
So out of the hospital garb and into some other types of clothing for discharge?
Yes.
As he was changing, how was his restraint situation?
We kept one of his hands restrained to the hospital bed as he was pulling up the pants.
And did he have leg shackles on at that point?
No, we had to take those off so he could get the pants on.
And then after he was changed to the pants, did you re-secure those shackles?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Shortly after that, you began prepping him for transport, correct?
Yes.
And what does it mean to transport someone or prep someone for transport?
So typically we would, if it's in the inmate type setting, they're already in custody, we're going to transport them in belly chains and ankle restraints. So we're going to keep those ankle restraints on, and then I guess belly chains, it's a more comfortable solution than to be handcuffed behind the back. So you wrap the restraints around the belly, it's attached by a chain, and then there's essentially 2 handcuffs at the front.
So you were getting ready to put him in those so you could transport him to the jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were doing that, Mr. Brown was in the hospital bed, correct?
He was in the hospital bed, yes, and then he stood up.
Okay, so tell me about that. He stood up from the bed?
Yes, so as I walked in with chains, and trying to figure out the chain situation, Mr. Brown had, without prompt, stood up from his hospital bed without us asking him to do so.
And what did he do then?
It appeared as if he was just tying his pants.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I then saw Mr. Brown, he started to lunge forward. I thought he was actually lunging at me. So I remember putting my hand up, and then he started to pass to my left. As he did that, he made contact with my left arm and shoved my left arm. So I went to the right slightly. And then he proceeded to run past me. And then I realized at that point, he's trying to escape. He's trying to run. So I turned around, and as he was in the doorway, I was able to get my arms around his torso. And then I used my body weight to bring him to the ground.
So at this time, how is his shackle situation if he's able to try and run out of the room?
So he's still in leg restraints at this point. His hands are free. He does not have handcuffs on.
So you indicate he made it to the door of the hospital room, correct?
Yes.
Did he turn as if he was going to run in either direction out of the room?
It appeared as if he was going right.
What was to the right of the hospital room?
So if you're inside the hospital room looking to the right, that doorway with the stairwell was out there.
The one you saw him glancing at earlier that day, correct?
Yes.
So you wrap yourself around Mr. Brown and gain control of him?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
Once we were onto the ground, I gained control of, I took like a front mount position, so I was on top of him. And then I gained control of one of his arms. By then my partner had already drawn taser. He was giving him, he was providing taser coverage and providing verbal commands, telling him to roll on his stomach and get his hands behind his back. So I was able to help assist to roll Mr. Brown onto his stomach, and then eventually was able to gain control of both hands and then restrained him in handcuffs.
What did you do with Mr. Brown then?
We helped assist him to his feet and then put him in a wheelchair, and then I had medical staff assess him for any further injury.
Where was this wheelchair located?
It was off to the, so again, looking in the hospital room, the wheelchair was off to the left of the doorway.
Hospital staff assessed Mr. Brown. You said, did they find any further injuries?
No.
At some point, did Mr. Brown make any statements to you about his attempted escape?
Yes, he said he wasn't trying to escape, he was just trying to get to the wheelchair.
The wheelchair, however, was to the left, correct?
Yes.
And it appeared to you that he was trying to get to the right, correct?
Correct.
At the time of all this, what type of uniform, if anything, were you wearing at the time?
I was wearing my full-blown sheriff's deputy uniform with a sheriff's badge on the front.
And when you first made contact with Mr. Brown, did you identify yourself as a law enforcement officer?
I don't remember.
And you said you had a partner with you, correct?
Yes.
What was your partner's name?
Deputy Hollyfield.
What was Deputy Hollyfield wearing?
He was wearing the same uniform I was with the sheriff's star on the front.
Did Mr. Brown ask you any other questions or say anything else about the attempted escape?
I don't recall.
Did he ask you if you were hurt?
Yes, he did ask me that.
At any point, did you give Mr. Brown permission to run out of that room?
No, I did not.
And he was in your custody at that time, correct?
Yes, he was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Officer, Mr. Brown never made it out of the hospital room, correct?
He was in the doorway when I grabbed him.
Okay, but he never made it into the hallway, correct?
I guess it would, depending on what you consider the doorway to be.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Redirect on that?
No.
All right, you're excused, thank you. Next witness.
Thank you. State Calls Investigator Susan Conley.
Should remain standing. When you come up here, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. All right, spell first and last name for the record, and then you can start your questioning. Go ahead.
Susan Conley, SUSAN CONLEY.
Thank you.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm an investigator with Racine County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
10 years.
How long have you been an investigator?
6 years.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
I completed the Law Enforcement Academy at Gateway, and I also have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
And to become an investigator, did you have to undergo any other additional training or education?
Not to become an investigator. Once I became an investigator, I got a significant amount of on-the-job training, one of which included the DCI investigating officer-involved shootings.
So let's talk about that training. What is that training?
It is at the time I took it, I'm not sure what it is now, is a 4-day training with agents from the Division of Criminal Investigations with the state of Wisconsin, who essentially teach you how to conduct an investigation into an officer-involved shooting or critical incident.
And can you just bring the mic up just a little bit closer? Thank you. To your knowledge, are you one of the only individuals in your department who went to that training?
At that time, I was, yes.
So on October 21st, 2021, were you working as an investigator?
Yes.
At some point that day, did you receive information regarding an officer-involved shooting in Kenosha County?
I did.
How did you receive that information?
I was out to lunch with Sergeant Sheriff when he received a phone call from the patrol division captain that they were requesting our assistance to lead the investigation into the shooting.
And being one of the only ones trained in investigating officer-involved shootings, were you then put in charge of the investigation?
I was.
So upon receiving that call, what did you do?
We responded back to the patrol station where I gathered up some items that I thought I might need to use once I got on scene. We did a little bit of verbal coordination about who was going to do what once we got there, and we all responded in our individual squad cars to Benson Corners.
And when you say we, who were you talking to in this initial debrief?
For the most part, it was Sergeant Sheriff and I. When Sergeant Sheriff was an investigator, he had gone through that training at the same time as me, so we sort of agreed at that point that he would be my second, but that I had to take lead since he was the supervisor.
Before arriving at Benson's Corners, what information did you have about what had just occurred in Kenosha?
I had very little information at that point. I was only aware that they had been involved in a shooting, that at that time the individual who had been shot had survived and had been transported to the hospital.
What was the first thing you did upon arriving at Benson Corners?
I made contact with the command staff with the Kenosha Sheriff's Office in their mobile command vehicle that was on scene. I got a briefing from them, and that was the point at which I was provided the information regarding the context of their contact with the Buick and subsequently with Mr. Brown.
And what did you learn?
That the vehicle, that Kenosha County Sheriff's Dispatch had been advised that a vehicle that was stolen during a homicide overnight had been, OnStar had located that vehicle in the parking lot at Benson Corners. Kenosha Dispatch sent deputies to check for the vehicle, and upon attempting contact with that vehicle, the operator or occupant fled from them. There was an exchange of gunfire that resulted in Mr. Brown being injured, K-9 Riggs being injured, and we got where we were.
All right. So what were your specific duties on scene at Benson's Corners on October 21st?
So leading an officer-involved investigation is somewhat unique because what I'm being tasked with is determining whether or not the officers engaged in a shooting that was within legal parameters. So I'm not so much at that point worried about how they got there, only what happened once gunfire began being exchanged. So after meeting with the command staff, I then did a scene walkthrough and just just to get kind of an idea of the scope of the interaction, I guess. I then had to coordinate with my own other investigators. We had to do the photographing and inventorying the deputies' uniforms. So there's a lot of delegating on my part, but there's also a lot of things that I'm ultimately responsible for doing. So I ended up being essentially the liaison for the crime lab once their response team arrived, and we kind of worked in tandem once they were there to process the scene.
So fair to say you assisted Christopher Johnson in kind of his team in collecting evidence, correct?
Yes.
You said that were you present when the officers involved in the shooting were photographed and the round count was done?
I was kind of in and out. They had been moved to the county building, and at one point, I think while we were waiting for Chris Johnson and the crime scene response team to arrive, I did go over there briefly and make contact with them, mostly just to make sure that they were okay, and just to explain what my process was going to be and why I was doing the things that I was doing with regards to their uniforms and their firearms and all of that.
So on that day, you saw what firearms the Kenosha Sheriff's Department deputies were using, correct?
Yes.
What type of firearm do they use?
Glocks,
Do you know what specific caliber?
9mm.
So in summary, on October 21st, your role is basically delegate, supervise, make sure everything's being done as it should, correct?
Correct.
From there, are you also, or did you also collect body camera video from all the officers involved in the shooting?
That was more in the days to come. There was a lot of video. There was body camera footage from 3 of the 4 deputies who were involved. Not only do they have forward-facing squad cameras, but they also have backseat squad cameras, and so they're all on that whole time. So I had to, from Kenosha County Sheriff's Office, I had to get that information, all of it, and I had to go through all of it.
You also, did you review the surveillance video from Benson Corners as well?
Yes.
Be fair to say any digital evidence collected in this case you personally reviewed?
Yes.
Did you also collect dispatch recordings?
Yes.
Which dispatch recordings did you collect?
I collected the initial phone call received from the Chicago detective, as well as the OnStar call that was made to dispatch, and I got all of the radio transmissions from the time that they were dispatched through their conclusion of the event.
And did you review all that evidence?
Yes.
And when you were reviewing the body camera, the dispatch logs, the radio traffic, you took detailed notes which you put in a report, correct?
Yes.
That would also include the Benson surveillance video, correct?
Yes, I believe so. I wrote a lot of reports.
We'll get back to your review of the digital evidence in a minute. You also are involved in interviewing the deputies who were involved in the shooting, correct?
Yes.
When did those interviews take place?
I want to say October 25th.
That would be that Monday, October 25th?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you interview the deputies on October 25th instead of right after the shooting on October 21st?
It is standard practice anytime an officer is involved in a critical incident that they are given a minimum of 3 sleep cycles before they're expected to make any sort of official statement.
And why is that?
The way that the brain works in traumatic events, I don't know necessarily the whole science behind it, but the standard practice is it permits them to process the event and recall, have better recall of the details of
We're
that.
going to stop right now, folks. Go take a break, okay? Don't talk about the case. You can stay right there. Thank you. All right, the jury's outside. Where are we going with the questions you're asking this witness? You folks can sit down. I mean, there's two different issues. I know she did an investigation of whether the shooting was justified, right?
Yeah, I'm not going, I was just,
That's what I'm thinking you're asking her. Because
No,
you're
I-
asking her about when she talked to the officers, she did that. I mean, you're getting really close.
okay, I was just trying to provide an explanation to the jury why it was several days later.
Yeah, I wouldn't go any farther.
That was going to be my last question on the timing.
We will take you on your word on that.
Okay, thank you. Your
Okay,
Honor.
let's take our break. You know, All right, we're back on the record on Allan Brown, 21 CF 1344. The appearances are all the same. Jury is back in the courtroom. The witness is still under oath. The state can continue with their questioning.
Thank you. So on October 25th, you interviewed all the officers involved all the Kenosha officers involved in the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Another step you took was to search the 2016 Buick Encore involved in this case, correct?
Yes.
When did you search that vehicle, if you can recall?
October 22nd, I believe.
Where was that vehicle searched?
It was secured in our indoor impound at the sheriff's office substation in Racine.
How did that Buick get from the scene of Benson Corners to the impound?
It was towed there via flatbed and followed by one of our investigators.
Who was involved in the search of the Buick Encore?
Myself and now Lieutenant Sheriff.
What was your role in searching this vehicle?
We sort of split the vehicle. Initially, the plan had been for Investigator Johnson to take the photos, and Sergeant Sheriff and I would search. He had to leave for another obligation.
I'm sorry, Becky, you mean?
Investigator Johnson.
Okay.
And Sergeant Sheriff took over most of the photography while I searched one side of the car without really finding much of interest. He searched the other side and photographed as he went.
And now Lieutenant Sheriff found pretty much all the items of evidentiary
Yes.
value. Okay. You also swabbed the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you do that and why?
I did it by using sealed evidence kit or DNA kits similar to what Investigator Willis described to you guys. I did that for the reason of just establishing any touch DNA that might be present in case there was a question about whether or not Mr. Brown had been inside that vehicle. And so, yeah.
That day you also drafted a search warrant for Mr. Brown's DNA, correct?
Yes.
Did you execute that search warrant?
Investigator Willis did.
You also were responsible for sending items to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, correct?
I was responsible for drafting the transmittal requests and forwarding them to our evidence custodian, and he would then receive my requests and transport the items to them at the crime lab.
And what's a transmittal form?
Anytime there's something that we want to have taken out of our storage and taken to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for processing, the crime lab has its own what they call a transmittal form, where I fill out on there all of the relevant case information, all of my relevant information, and then I line by line list each item of evidence that I am requesting that they take receipt of.
Would it be fair to say you're the one who decided what went to the lab and what you wanted to have tested?
Yes, there were also conversations that I had with the crime lab regarding their capabilities and what they could process, but ultimately the decision was mine, yes.
So going over what you sent to the crime lab, first you sent all the bullets, casings, and firearms involved to the crime lab, correct?
Yes.
For what purpose?
To try to establish what ballistic evidence came from what firearm, mostly.
We heard testimony from Mr. Chadwick about the Walter PP. Based on your investigation, whose firearm was that?
Allan Brown's.
We also heard Mr. Chadwick testify that he looked at two other firearms. You heard that testimony, correct?
Yes.
Whose firearms were those?
Deputy Colin Coultrip and Deputy Terry Tifft.
And those would have been the 9mm, correct?
Yes.
You also sent down a thumb drive containing Deputy Coultrip's body camera footage, correct?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
I was trying to, so my request was for them to analyze it and attempt to slow it down because I was trying to determine a definitive number of shots fired. I was having a hard time being able to differentiate just by listening to it at full speed, the number of shots from the deputies.
You also sent down a buccal swab or DNA swab of Mr. Brown, correct?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of sending that down?
That was for them to swab the Walter firearm and make any comparison with DNA that they may have recovered from that firearm.
That was ultimately unsuccessful, correct?
Yes.
Now going back to the digital evidence, you reviewed the body camera of Deputy Colin Coultrip, Deputy Juan Avila, and Deputy Patrick Juan, correct?
Yes.
Approximately how many times would you say you reviewed these body camera footages?
I think that a conservative guess would probably be at least 10 times each.
So total 30 times you watched the incident. Would that be a conservative estimate, correct?
Yes.
Did you also review the slowed down versions provided by the state crime lab that we saw in court?
Yes.
How many times would you say that you reviewed those?
5 maybe between all of them.
Why did you watch these videos so many times?
I watched them, well, I took very detailed notes as I watched them, so I was time stamping things as they occurred and then going back to make sure that I was accurate in my time stamps of those. I was also, again, trying to determine the timing of shots and trying to determine how many rounds were fired for sure from the deputies.
Were you also listening for how many shots were fired by Mr. Brown?
Yes.
In your 35 plus viewings of these body cameras, how many shots did you hear fired from Mr. Brown?
I'm going to object to this question. I think we've seen the videos. We've heard testimony from officers. I don't think Ms. Conley should speak to what the videos show.
Overruled. Go ahead.
3.
When in the series of events did you hear these 3 shots fired by Mr. Brown?
As he's running down the service road and then as he's kind of tumbling into the grassy area.
Okay, so let's break that down. When he's running down the service road, would that be before or after K-9 Riggs makes contact with him?
Before.
And did you see how he fired that shot?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate for the jury how you saw him fire that shot?
So he was running eastbound and turned with the firearm in his right hand underneath his raised left arm and fired 1 shot.
And then you heard him and saw him shooting when he was in the grass, you said?
Correct.
Okay. How many shots did you hear Mr. Brown, see and hear Mr. Brown get off in the grass?
2.
How did you see that happen in your 35 plus views of this footage?
I don't necessarily see it so much as I hear it. The distance from him to the deputies with the body cameras is such that it doesn't permit a visual observation of it, but I know what a gunshot sounds like, and there were 2.
The shot that you described first, the behind the back, under the arm shot on the driveway, what distance was that shot from the 32 casing that was located on scene on the driveway? Was it nearby, far away?
I would say probably within 10 feet.
And then there was only one casing, 32 caliber casing located in the grass area, correct?
Yes.
And where was that located in relation to when you heard him shoot twice?
Within a 5-foot radius.
You've heard testimony that only 2 .32 caliber casings were recovered, correct?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience, is there a number of ways that someone could miss a casing?
Yes.
Does the size of the casing have something to do with that?
Yes.
Explain how.
The casings from a .32 caliber bullet are relatively small. They can be stuck in treads of boots. They can be caught up in the tread of tires if people are not cognizant of that when they enter scenes. It can also just be like if somebody drove up and caught it on the edge, it could send it off beyond what our scope of the search was. I think that based solely on my observations, that's likely what happened because there were squads that pulled well into the scene at their initial response, not realizing the scope.
For example, Deputies Gomez and Schmidt, when they pulled into that driveway, would that be an example of 2 cars that went in that area?
Yes.
And obviously, them exiting and walking in that area could also have affected that, correct?
Yes.
When you saw and heard Mr. Brown discharge the first fire behind his back, could you tell in your review from the footage which officers were in the area of where he shot?
I could tell for certain that Deputy Coultrip would have been in the area. I can tell based individually on each individual deputy's body camera footage. So it would be Deputy Tifft, Avila, and Coultrip, and my assertion to Tifft is based on Avila and Coultrip's body camera footage.
So all 3 of them were in the vicinity of shots being fired at them?
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross by the defense.
Thank you. Investigator Conley, we've heard testimony that the firearm Mr. Brown had jammed, correct?
Yes.
Could the firearm had made a sound when it jammed?
I would think not. That's not been my experience when experiencing misfeeds.
Okay. But ultimately, we don't know where this third casing was, period.
Correct.
Okay. So in your review of the body cam footage, Mr. Brown only shot one time in the direction of officers, correct?
Correct.
And the officers were not, through testimony, they were not all standing in a line, right?
Most of them were still moving at that point.
But they were spread out from each other.
Correct.
And a bullet typically travels in a straight line, correct?
Correct.
So being feet apart, how can you determine that it was headed towards 3 different officers?
I can say that a bullet coming from a firearm that is also moving without a target being acquired cannot necessarily be directed at one specific place.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything on those questions from the state?
One thing, Your Honor. Speaking of the casings, We did hear testimony from Mr. Chadwick that he did analyze 3 casings, correct?
Yes.
We heard testimony 2 casings were from the scene, correct?
Yes.
Where did that 3rd casing come from?
The 3rd casing was found by Lieutenant Sheriff in the back seat of the 2016 Buick.
That's all. Thank you.
Anything on those questions from the defense?
No.
All right. Did we mark any exhibits with this witness?
We did not.
Oh, all right. You're free to go. I should say you could sit back down. All right, where are we for witnesses then from the state?
I have one more witness in my case in chief, and that would be Lieutenant Colin Sheriff, number 19.
19. All the way up front here, remain standing, deputy, and raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
It's Colin Sheriff, Kellenscheriff.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
Racine County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity?
I'm a lieutenant.
Could you pull the microphone up so it's very close to your face?
Sure. Yep. Is that better?
Yes, much
All
better.
right.
Thank you. How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
11 years.
How long have you been a lieutenant?
Little over a year.
What was your rank in October of 2021?
I was a sergeant.
As a sergeant, what were your duties?
I was assigned to our Criminal Investigations Bureau.
And what are your responsibilities as the sergeant for the Criminal Investigations Bureau?
I supervise and coordinate the investigators in the Criminal Investigations Bureau.
Do you have any special education or training that qualified you for that position?
Yeah, basic law enforcement academy as well as ongoing agency training, annual.
Additionally, did you have specialized training in officer-involved shooting investigations?
I did, yes.
I want to draw your attention to October 21st of 2021. On that date, were you on duty?
I was, yes.
And while on duty, did you receive information regarding an officer-involved shooting in Kenosha County?
I did, yes.
How did you receive that information?
I was notified by our operations captain, Captain Adams, via phone call.
And why were you being informed?
He was letting me know because I was supervising the investigators. He wanted me to get everybody together and brief them on Kenosha having an officer-involved shooting, and that we were going to go down there and handle the investigation for that.
Did you assign a lead investigator?
I did.
And who was that?
It was Investigator Conley.
Upon receiving this information, assigning a lead investigator, what did you do next?
We responded down to the command post location down in Kenosha at Benson's Corners.
And what did you do there?
We were briefed by the supervisors from Kenosha County Sheriff that were on duty and, given a briefing on the situation.
And generally, what was your role on scene that day?
My role was more or less just to assign people as tasks came in that needed to be completed, so I would assign investigators out to different tasks as they came in.
Did you also assist in looking for casings in the grass area?
I did, yes.
Did you locate any?
I did not.
Next, I want to draw your attention to October 22nd of 2021. Were you involved in the execution of a search warrant on a brown Buick Encore?
I was, yes.
Where was that search conducted?
That was at our patrol station in our pole barn.
What was your role in searching this vehicle?
Initially, Investigator Johnson had been there and he was taking photos. He had to leave for something, so I actually took over taking photos for him of the interior of the vehicle, and then I also helped with searching through the vehicle for anything of evidentiary value.
Did you locate items of evidentiary value?
I did, yes.
Let's first talk about in the front passenger seat of the vehicle. What did you locate there?
There was a cell phone on the seat,
Okay. What else was in that area?
also a backpack.
Did you search through the contents of the backpack?
I did, yes.
And what, if anything, did you locate?
There were several 32 caliber bullets that were located inside of there.
How about identifiers? Did you find identifiers for anyone?
Oh, I did, yes. I found a birth certificate inside of, there's like a little baggie in there, and it was all folded up inside of a small baggie in the front pocket of the backpack.
Who was the birth certificate for?
Allan Brown.
You also located some prescription bottle, correct?
I did, yes.
And what was the name on that prescription bottle?
Also Allan Brown.
And it was in that same backpack you located the bullets for a .32?
Correct, yes.
How many bullets?
I located one, I believe, in the front pocket, and then there were 15 in a side pocket.
You also located a casing for a .32, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall the casing?
I don't know.
Okay, that's okay. As part of your duties, you said you took pictures, correct?
I did, yes.
If I showed you pictures from that, your execution of that search warrant, would you recognize them?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
What number is it?
24.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 24.
Okay.
You can page through that, see if you recognize these photos.
I do recognize them, yes.
What are these photos of?
These are of the vehicle that was impounded from the Benson Corners gas station.
The brown Buick Encore, correct?
Correct, sorry, yes.
Do they appear to be true and accurate representations of what you observed on October 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move that exhibit into evidence with permission to publish.
Did you look at the photos, counsel?
I did have a chance.
All right,
yes.
and they were identified by the witness, so we can publish them and show them to the jury.
Lieutenant, I'm going to pull them up on the screens, and we're going to go through them one by one. They'll be the same as in your packet.
Okay.
So what's this a first photo of?
That's the rear of the vehicle.
The next photo?
It's also the rear passenger side of the vehicle. The passenger side. The front passenger side. Front driver's side. And the driver's side. Back driver's side.
Kind of a 360 of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
All right. This is also the back driver's side?
Correct.
Okay. And another one of the back, correct?
Correct.
And this one has the license plate clearly shown, correct?
Correct.
All right. What is this next photograph of?
It's the interior of the driver's seat.
And I should ask, when you're taking photographs of a vehicle like this, is there a method to your photographing?
Yeah, we try to go in kind of an order that makes sense. So, oops, sorry. So yeah, we take the 360, start in one spot, work our way all the way around, and then same thing, open up the doors, take pictures of the inside from the outside, and then slowly get closer and smaller as we locate things.
Okay. So this is the front driver's side, correct?
Correct.
All right. This next photograph?
It's the front passenger side.
And what's this photograph?
Also the front passenger.
Zoom, getting closer,
Yep,
right?
getting a little closer.
Next picture?
That's the rear driver's side.
This picture?
Same rear driver's side, closer.
Next picture?
Rear passenger,
Next picture?
closer rear passenger.
And these photographs are also taken prior to you collecting or touching anything, correct?
That's correct.
And what's this of?
That's the cargo area in the back.
All right. Now we're back to the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And is this what you locate on the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And the next picture is of what?
Same thing, front passenger.
Okay. And it looks like you opened the bag to see what was in it, correct?
Correct, yes.
And is this this next picture, is it the contents of the bag?
That's correct.
Looks like some water and some beer.
Yes.
And what's this next photo?
Phone that was underneath the bag.
Another picture of the phone.
Same, yep.
And what's this a photo of?
It's the backpack that was located on the floor.
And what is this a photo of?
A beer can on the floor.
It also looks like a drawer. Would that be accurate?
Also a what, I'm sorry?
A drawer?
Oh, yes, correct.
And would that be located under the passenger seat?
It is, correct.
And what is this a picture of?
It's some paperwork that was found inside the vehicle. Looks like belonging to Miguel Padilla.
It looks like also it's related to that, or at least some vehicle, correct? Some mileage at purchase date, mileage at date loss, correct?
I'm not exactly sure what it is. I'm trying to read it, but there's a little bit of a glare on the
Sure,
plastic too.
sure. But you can clearly see it's related to Miguel Padilla, correct?
Correct, yeah.
All right, what is this a picture of?
That's the backpack that was located on the floor.
Looks like you've taken it off the floor and put it on the seat. Is that accurate?
Yes, correct.
And what are you doing in this next picture?
Opening up the side pocket there and just showing the contents before I take anything out.
And it appears you are wearing gloves, correct?
Correct.
And what's this next picture? The contents of the pocket?
Yeah, it looks like the contents of the pocket.
And what is this a picture of?
That's the top pocket, and you can see that there's a pill container inside of it.
And the next photograph?
Just a close-up and showing the name that's on the front of the pill container.
Again, that's Allan Brown, correct?
Correct.
Next picture, just another close-up of that?
Yep, less blurry version.
All right. And what's this a picture of?
Also the same pocket, just the inside.
And what is this a picture of?
The contents that were in that pocket.
Looks like some change, some guitar picks, some other just random items. Is that fair?
Yeah, correct.
And what is this a picture of?
That's the front pocket unzipped before anything was taken out of it.
Of the same backpack, correct?
Correct, yes.
And what is this?
And those would be the contents of that pocket.
Looks like some clothes and maybe some hygiene items.
Yes.
And what is this a photo of?
So the zipper pocket there, just being opened up before anything's taken out of it.
And that's the contents of that pocket, correct?
Yeah, those are the contents.
Okay. What stands out to you from this picture?
That little baggy looking thing there at the bottom, yep, right where the mouse is. That was actually the birth certificate that I found in there with Allan Brown's name on it.
And how about this item that I'm circling with my cursor?
That's the 32 caliber round that was found inside that pocket.
And what is this next picture of?
That was the birth certificate that was folded up inside that baggie.
And if I see if I can just zoom in a little bit, can you see the name?
Yes, Allan Michael Brown. Mitchell.
Allan Mitchell Brown.
Correct.
All right, I'll zoom back out. The back, this next picture, the back of the birth certificate.
Yes, correct.
All right, what is this a photograph of?
It's the photograph of the inside of the rear passenger.
And what is this a photograph of?
Just the contents, the floor.
And zooming in.
Yep, shell casing on the floor.
So does this refresh your recollection as to finding a shell casing?
It does, yes.
Okay. And is this before you collected the shell casing?
That is correct.
So the next photograph, what is that of?
That's a close-up of the shell casing still sitting on the floor in the vehicle.
And what is this a photograph of?
The front pocket unzipped.
Again, of this
Backpack.
backpack?
Yes.
And what is this a photograph of?
The contents removed out of that front pocket.
Again, appears to be some hygiene items, correct?
Correct.
And this, what is this a photograph of?
Unzipped side pocket of that same backpack.
And the next picture just zoomed in a little bit more?
Yes.
And this next picture zoomed in even further, correct?
Correct.
What are you trying to document here?
You can see that there's a bullet inside of there, so you can get to see the top of that one.
Would it be this shiny part in the middle here?
Correct, yes.
Go to the next photo. What is this a photo of?
Those are the contents that were inside of that pocket with the 15 additional 32 caliber rounds that were found.
And what is this a photograph of?
It's the back markings that are on those bullets.
If I zoom in, can you see what it says?
See, it says 32 auto across the bottom.
Do you know what these markings are on this side? The right side?
I think, does it say R&P? Sorry, I'm guessing. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. If I zoomed in more, does it look like R&P?
I think it says RP, yes.
Does that mean anything to you as a law enforcement officer?
No.
No? Okay, that's all right. But clearly it says it's a ammo for 32, correct?
Correct.
And what is this a picture of?
An envelope that was located.
Zoom in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, that's the fired 32 casing right there in my hand.
And you're putting it into this
Into
labeled
the-
package, correct?
Yes.
And what is this a photograph of?
Also the fired 32 casing.
I'm going to zoom in. How can you tell it's the fired casing versus one of the bullets?
I can see the indentation on the primer on the back of the round.
Be this little indent in the middle here where my cursor is?
Correct.
And why does that indicate to you that it was fired?
Just based on experience, I know fired casing, firing pin's going to strike that, and that's how bullets work.
Okay. All right, next photograph.
Outside of the side pocket of that same backpack,
And the next photograph.
and the contents of that pocket.
Okay, looks like some change, a lock, and like a little baggie.
Correct.
Next photograph's just another picture of those contents.
Yes.
All right, and what is this a photograph of?
Looks like the inside of the main pocket of the backpack
And the next photograph
and the contents of that pocket.
appears to be just personal belongings, correct?
Correct.
And that should be the last photograph in your packet. Can you just confirm that?
Correct, yes.
Anything of evidentiary value located in this main compartment?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right, I will take that off the screen then. right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Any cross for the lieutenant?
No, thank you.
All right, have a good day. Thank you. Did you move 24 in then?
I believe I did, but if I didn't, then I will again.
24 is in then.
At this point, Your Honor, the state rests.
Okay. Go back there and take another break, folks. We got to do some discussions here between the parties. All right, the jury is outside of the courtroom. My clerk informed me that Exhibit 12 was not moved. Are you going to move that one in, or did we not use that one?
We did not use that one. I couldn't get it to work on my computer, so I just moved on.
Okay, so it's not received. Okay, the state is rested. You've moved all your exhibits in, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right, and then the jury is not present in the courtroom. We have any information as to whether the defendant's going to testify?
He does not want to testify.
All right, Mr. Brown, I have to ask you some questions regarding that, so can you get the microphone next to you, okay? First of all, Mr. Brown, do you understand that you have a constitutional right to testify? Do you understand that? You want to take a moment and talk to him? Right, let me ask you this, Mr. Brown. Are you going to testify, or are you going to take the stand in this case?
No.
Okay, you're not. Did your lawyer talk to you about that? That's your decision to make?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your decision then? Are you going to testify or not testify?
No, not.
You're not going to testify. Okay. Do you understand that you could testify if you wanted to? You understand that? Yes?
Yes.
You also understand that you have a right not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you talked this decision over with your lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions about your right to testify in this case?
No.
Okay. Then I'll ask counsel, have you had a chance to talk to your client regarding his decision to testify?
Yes,
Have you explained his right to testify and not to testify?
I have.
And what has he told you?
He's not going to testify.
Okay. Couple other more questions, Mr. Brown. Is anybody promising you anything not to testify? Anybody threaten you to not to testify?
No,
Okay. Anybody make any promises to you not to testify?
no.
Okay. All right, the court's going to make a finding that Mr. Brown understands his right, that he could testify. He also has a constitutional right not to testify, that he has to make this decision himself. He's talked the decision over with his lawyer. He's decided not to testify. For the record, the defense counsel has also discussed the matter with the defendant, and I'm satisfied the defendant is making this decision knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. I will also note for the record, I stopped my questioning of Mr. Brown and gave him an opportunity to talk to his lawyer as to his right to testify, and then we continued with the question. So the defendant will not testify, and obviously we'll read the jury instruction that says the jury cannot consider that. With that, is the defense going to call any other witnesses?
No.
All right.
Your Honor, I would like to call Deputy Tifft regarding that leash issue.
Just for that limited issue?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Agreed.
Okay, and then before we bring the jury back and excuse them for the day, how are we doing on jury instructions?
I'm almost done. I'm finishing up the verdict forms.
Okay. What we'll tell the jury then is to be here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We'll come here at 8:30 and we'll review the instructions. And if you could send a copy to defense counsel so they can look at them before and send a copy to the court.
Yes, and defense counsel and I will also be working on a cautionary instruction regarding the evidence that's been presented about the homicides.
I would strongly suggest that. And then the only other issue was the count 4 and the information as to the taking the vehicle, the carjacking. I didn't want the words to be used.
Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
All right, do you understand where I'm going on
I
it?
do, yes.
All right. Okay, let's bring the jury back. Yeah, he's got to be here at 8:30 for the jury instructions. How about if we tell them 9:15 and he's here at 8:15? I haven't had a juror show up an hour early. And what we'll do is we'll have a bailiff out here to let you know. If somehow somebody comes early, we'll tell you. Okay? All right. But thank you for bringing that up. All right, bring them out. All right, we're back on the record on Allan Brown. It's 21 CF 1344. The appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. Folks are almost done with the trial. We have just one limited witness left on a very limited area, so the state can call that witness.
Thank you. I guess because defense is rested, I'm going to call as a rebuttal witness Deputy Terry Tifft.
You could raise your right hand again, Deputy. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. First and last name again for the court reporter. Spell both names.
Deputy Terry Tifft, Terry Tifft.
All right, let's limit the questions to the area we need to ask.
Yes, Your Honor. Deputy, one of the items you use with canine rigs is a leash, correct?
Correct.
How often do you inspect your leashes?
Regularly.
And why is that?
When I'm using that leash, because he is an aggressive dog, that leash is pretty much the only thing I have connecting me to him other than verbal commands.
So when you inspect the leash, how do you inspect it?
I look at it to make sure that there's no damage.
I want to bring up on the screen a picture from Exhibit 14. Which would be a photograph that's been emitted of Canine Riggs's leash. Do you see that defect in the leash on the screen?
I do.
Was that defect there before October 21st, before the shooting on October 21st of 2021?
I don't believe it was.
If it had been there, you would have noted it, correct?
I would have noticed that, yes.
Okay. When did you notice this defect in the leash?
The next time that I picked it up is when I was looking at it and I saw it, and I immediately called my supervisor to advise him that I thought it was damaged during the incident.
You then turned that leash over to the Racine County Sheriff's Office, correct?
I did.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any questions on that?
No.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, the state rests, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Defense rests, correct?
Yes.
Everybody's moved their exhibits in. The testimony portion has now been completed. We have to do what is called jury instructions, and obviously we only can do that when the testimony's been completed. And that's something that we have to do without you present. And once we decide which jury instructions are used, I will read those instructions to you. You'll get the hard copy when you go back to the jury room. So the good news is you get to go home right now. Please don't talk about the case. We're going to have to do some other issues in the morning, so we're going to have to 9:15, okay? I'll give you 45 minutes of extra sleep tomorrow morning, all right? 9:15, we're going to do our closings, and we'll provide lunch for you tomorrow, and you should deliberate sometime tomorrow then, okay? Have a good evening. Please don't talk about the case. 9:15, okay? I'll hold them. All right, I'm holding a jury, so if we can have the defendant here at 8:15, I would appreciate it. And we'll have a bailiff outside the door to make sure that nobody's here from the jury, okay?
I'll call you too.
Okay, we'll see everybody tomorrow. We're at recess.